Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 15th, halfway through the month, halfway through the test drive. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And I know there's a big fan in the background. Hopefully this is the last day for it. I'll make sure you guys can hear me. Wow, a lot happening this morning, guys. A lot happening. Sorrento. SRNE, massive gap up here. Look at this, there's 267, sleepy at the start. Some news about perhaps they've got some kind of an antibody test. That is all I could see. Antibody test for SRNE. And this is not a low float situation, so that's pretty impressive. 127 million in the float for a pop like that. So that is SRNE. Well, let's get through to a lot of these. Before I talk about the ones that are up this morning, just keep an eye on the BRFS. I think I mentioned this one yesterday. There's no volume yet, of course, at all, but look at the potential gap fill for BRFS. It's sitting right there, right at 390. The high yesterday was 397. If it pops through 4, this could have a bit of a run today. So, excuse me. So let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving this morning. Blin, B-L-I-N, is an earnings play. Released earnings. It's a small guy. Look at that huge gap right through that 200-day moving average. Trying to clear, next area for it to try to clear would be up here around 250-ish. This one was up. This looks like a bit of a bidding war for this little guy, TTPH, between La Jolla and another small company, MLNT. So that popped up all the way up to 270. It's given up about 50 cents so far, and then that is TTPH. Yeah, ACB actually had earnings. I guess revenues were up. ACB revenues up. Still not making any money, but ACB. But remember, they did do a 1-for-12 reverse split. I think it was effective on the 11th of May. So that 1 billion is actually about 1/12. That 1 billion in the float is actually about 1/12 now. I just don't have any faith in these marijuana stocks, but that's just me. I know the index is up a little bit. VBIV. Okay, another gap up. I don't really see any. I know they're announcing a presentation of their data coming up. Anyway, VBIV, fairly low float, 13 million in the float. Haven't mentioned it yet. It's on my list. I'll mention it right now. Yeah, Sava. So here's, this is the ugly part of owning a bio. Negative phase 2B results. So just got absolutely crushed on that. Sava, S-A-V-A. And it's a low float situation. So crashing, of course, way down below the 200-day moving average. I feel sorry for no inkling that this was going to happen. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart yesterday. Just basically flat. Probably if I maybe have expanded it a bit, it might look a little bit different. No, not really. It was basically flat. So even after hours, flat. So they released that news this morning and just got absolutely crushed. Yeah, you've always got to save your work to the cloud, Corey. Otherwise, the system doesn't know that that's what you want to do. So, okay, I'll give you my layout link. Okay, there we go. UAVS. UAVS is, it's holding its own actually. It's a low float situation, 8 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. 2 million, it's already traded almost a quarter of the float. So this is a lot of activity here for UAVS. The high last week was 171. You know what? I mean, if it clears at 171, I'm just sticking a price alert right there and see what happens. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 165. So I'm sorry, this is this week. So this must have been sometime earlier this week. That was the high when it UAVS. YTEN is a earnings play. Well, it gapped up after hours. That's when it released earnings. There it is. It got all the way up to $8, but it has really given a lot of that back. This is the pre-market. So if you're unfamiliar with our program, that mauve area right there is the after hours yesterday, and there's the mauve area. This is the pre-market, but it's given up a lot of that after hour pop. Still up 21%. This one kind of surprises me. SNCA. Yeah, no real news. I just saw something about NASDAQ listings and all a little while ago. It had popped through the 200-day moving average, 116. It had popped through it up to there, but now it's right below it again. It is actually an earnings play too. So it's an earnings play, SNCA, but it's got to get over that one. It's got to get over that 200-day moving average again. So what I'm going to do, I'll stick an alert the high in the pre-market, see if it takes it out later on. JD is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. JD is an earnings play. Looks like this is an all-time high for JD. 50.68. So maybe not quite an all-time high. I guess that looks like there's the all-time high, 50.68. So it's very close. MU is a gap down. Not an earnings. Micron is a gap down. Some room, a little bit of room underneath. Big float though, 1 billion in the float. And here's the other ugly side of these small companies. CREX, CREX has been super active over the last few days. They just announced the financing. I don't see the financing price. All I see is that they're looking to finance up to $50 million. So that is the reason why this has been just crushed down 26% now. So there's some silver plays that are moving. And if you look at my ETFs right there, there are only two positive sectors right now, and that's silver and gold. That can be very typical when the market is down. But there it is, silver and gold. So there are a couple of silver plays that I happen to notice, and that is CDE, Coeur d'Alene. I'm saying Quebec, Coeur d'Alene. So there you have a silver play for CDE, 200 million in the float. I mean, it's got some room up to the 6th level. And then there's AG, Majestic. And it has a lower float, 66 million in the float. The 200-day moving average is relatively close. It's about $1 away. And then this high flyer from the previous few days is starting to really give it up now. VTIQ. It is gapping down almost 10%. And Fetch, FTCH has popped up. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. There's the reaction to earnings, and we're still down. More importantly, I think if it can take a 14, it's right down here. The next support level could be around 1230 or so. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 1382. See if it takes it out. I hear Blinn is starting to move here. Blinn is starting to move. I think he means good morning, not the stock GM. Okay, I think he means good morning. All right, 9:14. So let me just quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Actually, there are more upgrades than there are downgrades. Blin looks interesting. BLIN definitely looks interesting. Released earnings, held its own so far in the pre-market. Now starting to put on a little bit of a move. Very low float, 2.8 million in the float. Okay, just took out 250. Give me a second here, just a few more upgrades to get in, and then I'll get the downgrades. A few more. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. And again, if you're new to all this, these are upgrades and downgrades. These are just opinions for what they're worth of analysts, where they think a stock may, their opinion of what a stock's future might be, in terms of maybe sometimes they put in price targets, or they downgrade them. So I do this every morning. It's not that when you see a symbol and it says it's a downgrade that you immediately pile in and short it, or vice versa. But sometimes, you know, you're looking to get into a stock, and maybe you remembered, hey, I remember this had an upgrade or a downgrade. Oh no, the goose has been downgraded. Who did that? Merrill, Bank of America. Merrill downgraded the goose. All right, everybody, those are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning, okay? No, Joe from the YouTube feed. No, do you see the link right above? I'll put the link here again. This is my layout link, okay? Right, I just posted it. Okay, so this is my layout link. So remember though, this is a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save that to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And so my layout will replace your layout. So just remember to save your layout to the cloud first. How am I changing? Well, these are linked. There are only two options with our charts, okay? If you look, if I right click on a chart and I go to properties, you see I've got symbol linking checked. Symbol linking is checked. So when I click on a symbol, these five charts are going to change. Notice the SPY chart does not change because I have it unchecked. If you want to go into a chart and just type in a symbol yourself, then you just left click on the chart, so it's the active chart, and then just start typing. This little change symbol box should pop up, and then you kind of click on change or hit return on your keyboard, and that'll make the change. Okay? The room opens at 9 a.m. Open 9 to 3. Okay, I have a question about my watch list. So again, guys, my watch list. So if you want to watch my watch list, this is the layout link. Okay, right there, that link I just put in is the layout link. And so if you want to follow this layout all day long, then you can just download that. Again, it's a layout, so save your layout to the cloud first. In my watch list, let's move this up a bit. So my watch list up and down, you will see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. I purposely put a delay of 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. In my watch list repeating, you could see things as early as 9:30. Okay. Now I will say this: my watch list today, it's not that large, so I have no idea how many alerts we're actually going to get today. Oh, this one is just popping here. This PW, look at this PW. Probably not very much volume, but PW on the move here. So I have not traded all week, and I'll have to see if I'm going to trade today. Again, and it's absolutely no problem. I've just been more tied up answering questions for this test drive. Now, regarding the test drive, you can still sign up for it. I'll put the link in here. Now you'll only get 6 days. You know, I mean, it says, you know, the test drive started May the 11th, and it ends next Friday. Okay. It'll still cost $8.99. So you won't get the 10 days. You'll get 6 days. If you sign up right now, you'll get the 6 days, and basically you'll have access to our full premium service. And if you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same. You can upgrade. We'll upgrade you to the premium service for the $8.99. Once the test drive is over, it's over. And don't worry, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code probably. Not probably, I know we'll have a nice promo code that if you do want to take a subscription, but don't worry. That's a big question we always get. What do? Do you put us into a subscription? No. Okay? No. The test drive. If you started the test drive, whenever you start the test drive, it's $8.99. Okay, it's only that link is only for people who did not participate. There's no promo code for the test drive. If you're talking about to take out a subscription right now, there it is. There's no promo for the test drive. All you do is if you click on that test drive link that where did I put it? Maybe you just meant a link for it. This is the link for the test drive, okay? Okay, so let's see now. So Sorrento has, let's see, what did it get high? I got to 475. So that's a pretty big pullback right now. Yeah, Blinn is holding. Do I ever trade pre-market? I think I saw quite. I do sometimes. I don't trade often in the pre-market, but I do sometimes. All right, I'm going to. It depends. You know, I'm busy in the pre-market also. You know, scanning and all that. So sometimes it's just hard for me to concentrate on trading. Well, it's my money, Jason. So, I mean, unless I can really concentrate on the trades. Yeah, I just have a basic prejudice against the cannabis plays. I do say they pop every now and then. I know ACB, and I know that their cannabis uses went up I guess in the first quarter. I guess that makes sense. But I look at the overall index, and it's still, I mean, it has moved a little bit, in the last month and a half, I guess. But still, I mean, look from where it's come, all the way down, until it really, really starts breaking free. You mean using the simulator? Just click on, make sure you have Brokerage Plus open, Philip. Make sure you've got, and just check trade ideas simulated trading, and then you just trade it manually. You just pick how many shares you want, pick the price you want to get in at, and that's it. I never trade off the 1 minute chart. My lowest time frame is the 5 and 15, but I'm constantly looking at these. Because I'm a momentum trader, I am more interested in if a stock is already making a new high or a new low for the day. Well, let's just concentrate on new highs for the day. Obviously, I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So I'm very quickly looking to see where the VWAP is and the 200-day moving average very quickly. But then I'm looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to see if there's still what I call room for the stock to move. Flatten. Philip, just flatten. Close your position, flatten. Okay? Flatten is sell. These are the hotkeys. Flatten, half, get out of half. You can double your position, okay? So if you want to get out, just flatten it. Sorrento's coming back, guys. SRNE is coming back after the big pullback. I mean, that's a big pullback. That's a high of 474. But all the way down to 386, so there's almost $1 pullback on a $5, $4 $4 to $5 stock. That's a big percentage pullback. But again, guys, the purpose of this room always, anyway, is not for me to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Of course, once we, I would think next week, a lot of the questions are going to start dying down. And then I'll be able to start doing some trading in my own account. And typically what happens is I'll say things like, well, guys, I'm waiting, Sorrento as an example. I'm not saying right now, but if it took out a certain level, I'd be very interested and I could get into the trade. It's up to you whether or not you're going to do it. I'm not telling anybody to buy something or, okay, guys, I'm in this one and now you should be too. It's not what I'm going to do. I get out of trades when I'm a person who, when I see something getting close to a whole number, I get a little bit antsy. So a lot of times I'll take some off. That's up to you, though. Okay. What stock list are you talking about in here? The watch list, Money Me. This is from. Okay, there's Fetch, guys. Now Fetch is. So Fetch is continuing down now. So it kind of took out a bit of a key area. This is an earnings play, FTCH. Still a fair amount of room underneath. So the watch list is created. I create my watch list every evening once the market closes. And basically all you have to do, if you have my layout, or if you want to go to the channel bar, new, channel bar, and Barry's Windows. Now Barry's Windows will only be these three plus a couple of charts. I'm giving this entire layout right now as part of the test drive. But basically I create this every night. All you have to do is wait for it to, wait for them to populate. Nothing will happen in here for the first 15 minutes. I put a time delay. You will start to see some alerts. Yeah, 1 minute to go, less than a minute to go. Well, guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. Thank goodness. Friday. There's no indication it's going to continue, Billy. I mean, it's just, will traders still want to, there's absolutely no indication it's going to keep going. It's a low float, though, 2.8 million in the float. It's an earnings play. So Obviously, this is a stock that is in play. If you look at the monthly chart, it's hard to see. So in the monthly chart, I mean, it still has some room, but there's no absolutely not. There's no guarantee anything is going to continue. But there's huge volume, so it's already traded double the float, just about. Money me, not really, okay? Because a lot of what I do, it's sort of feel, if you will. I scan things after hours, and I kind of, it's an internal judgment that I'm making, whether or not I think something should be watched the following day. A lot of it is based on the monthly, daily, weekly chart. Do I see a lot of room, what I call room? So I'm seeing this quite a bit now. The single stock window seems to, at the beginning of the day, just a second, please. Yeah, I'm just seeing a little bit of delay now in the single stock window at the beginning of the day. Okay, guys, so Codex is an earnings play. Now, you know what got absolutely slammed yesterday, right around here? This was, of course, high flying. It got all the way up to $30. And then, I guess, some short seller came out and, talked about the people who run this, kind of a checkered past. And so anyway, this is what happened to Codex towards the end of the day. And then they actually released earnings such as it is after hours. And now here they are. So that's CODX. And here it comes back. CODX coming back. Yeah, I'm a little upset about this. So the single stock window, it's sort of sluggish right at the beginning of the day. Okay, there's MU, guys. MU is trying to pop a little bit here. All right, this one, I've is DFFN. It's a low float. I mean, it had a nice day yesterday. I've seen this one in the past. It can be just a miserable trader, but DFFN is gapping a little bit here. All right, WFC. All right, APDN. It's actually shortable also for me. APDN is on the way down here. Of course, huge move yesterday, but sold off quite a bit. APDN. I don't know what you mean. How do you create your own watch list that kind of stays? I don't know what you mean by that, Philip. I've gone over how to create a watch list a few times. Look, I mean, look how, if you, typically I don't trade the first 15 minutes anyway, but I mean, look how whippy these things can get. I mean, so ACB 891 drops all the way down, drops $1, comes back up, drops down. I mean, in the first 15 minutes, things can get very, very. So this was very active yesterday. Look at look at this little move yesterday. So silver's hot today, guys. SSRM is hot. Silver's plays are hot. SSRM. So I still don't understand. Are you talking about creating your own watch list, Philip? SSRM, guys, on the move here. SSRM. Haven't. Okay, so I know I've done this a few times in the room, but maybe you just haven't been around. So very quickly, create an alert window or a top list window first, okay? And then put your filters in that you want. And then right click, configure. And then symbol lists. Create a new symbol list. Give it a name. Okay, give it a name. Say, okay, now you can put your symbols in here. You can copy and paste if you have a column, or just start typing them in one by one, okay? And now you've got a symbol list. Most of the time when you do that, you'll see that your name, or you see that when you created in this left-hand column. If for some reason you didn't, then you have to go to add existing list, find it. If you've never done it before, you'll see it immediately. Left click on it, it'll move over here. And then this is a drop-down menu, only the following lists. Okay, just choose only the following list, check it, and then say okay. So now that symbol list that you created, that we called Philip, is now attached to this alert window that you would have created, or a top list window. But that symbol list you created now can be attached to any window. It's just a matter of going to any scan that you've got and right click, configure, symbol list, and only the following list, and find it, and then it'll be attached, okay? All right, so again, I'm sure the allure was to chase Blinn at the beginning. Blinn looked like it was just going to keep motoring. It stalled right at that hole number 3. And so now, I mean, these are big percentage drops, from 3 down to 230. I mean, it's basically, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I absolutely know that I'm going to miss the ones that keep running, but that's just the way it is for me. I don't mind. Boy, silver. Silver is definitely hot. There's the ETF, one of the ETFs for silver, probably the big one, SLV. And so you can just see right there, I mean, there's a nice pop for silver. This is the ETF for silver. The 200-day moving average is looming, 1579, right above it. And I see there's our first alert from the AI, a short for Neptune and Neophotonics, NPTN. There's a short. Hey, I took a trade. I took a trade. Now, it may be a scalp trade. I don't like trading. It's still 3 minutes to go for the first 15 minutes, but I actually took that Neophotonic short. Okay. Okay, let's see. And I didn't get it right at 7:49. Got in at 7:41. So I'm just watching it now. I'm, for wondering why it's not. I haven't posted it immediately because a lot of times these things. Okay, I've just taken some out. 7:29 from 7:41. Don't like the early trades, but why did I take it? And there's the 200-day moving average. Okay, it might struggle right there. I was keeping an eye on that also. Be very aware where that is, but if it can crack through that 200-day moving average, just look left on the weekly chart. It's got a lot of room underneath. So I took the trade. Oh, I feel like a newbie. I'm just watching. Again, you have to be very aware of that 200-day moving average, guys. It's got to really, really take it out if you're in this trade. No, this is what I demonstrate all day long is a simulator in action. I don't trade that much. It might sound crazy. I mean, obviously I haven't traded at all this week until this one trade. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. Totally out of it. And I'm going to watch to see if it can take out that 200-day moving average again. Totally out of it. So it's just a very quick scalp type trade for me, 734. So, I mean, nothing fantastic, but just felt good to take a trade. So you got to watch that 200-day moving average. If it can really break down through it again, I might take the trade again. So what I was going to say is I do not trade that much even when I am trading. I mean, I might only do 3 or 4 trades a day anyway. And they're usually spaced out. They're not all at once. It's not like I've got 3 or 4 going at the same time. So what I do, I'm 100% demonstrating the simulator in action. Okay, haven't done any simulation trades yet, So I'm just using, normal IB to make my trades within Interactive Brokers. Yes, Jose, you have access to my list all the time. All right. So there's MT. Let's see what MT is doing. So there's a little alert at 8:58. Let's see if it. Now this was. Yeah, I mean it could be interesting. Look at that on the daily. It's got this room. That's why it made my watch list. So after next week, Jose. So after the 22nd. What will that be? Is that actually is that a holiday for in the States on the 25th? Is that Memorial Day in the States? When is your Memorial Day, guys? So it is the 25th. Okay. So on the 26th, the only way you'll be able to have access to my watch list is clicking on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows. Okay. I'm creating this special watch list or special layout for the test drive, so people don't have to do that. But afterwards, you're going to have to, if you want to see my watch list, you have to go to my channel. But you will have access to it, yes. All right, so ACB is right back up. Look at that bottoming tail, 7.79. There's a $2. It's $2. Remember, they did a reverse split. I mean, this looks like a $9 stock, but you know what? It really isn't. It's an 82-cent stock before the reverse split. Yeah, and that can't be helped, Jose. Obviously, I mean, so far there's nothing in my watch list down, but every broker, it's a question that we get from time to time. I'd like a filter that will show me what stocks are shortable. And the problem is that, of course, every broker is different. I mean, I may have shorts at Interactive Brokers when you don't, or vice versa. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. So, for instance, Blinn, right now, I'm looking at, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I was looking to short it, but so, I mean, it's just something that you have to deal with. Well, I'm more of a momentum trader, Cesar, so I track my watch list all day long, and I'm looking at the AI. So I don't know, I mean, my strategy is to limit the number of stocks that I look at. So my watch list is very important to me. PRPL, guys, so this just took out yesterday's high, PRPL. Now, man, this was a high flyer 3 days ago, got all the way up to about 1650. What tool is this, okay? I'm always intrigued by people coming into the room and don't know exactly where they are. It's okay, Jenny, I'm just kind of teasing you, but you're in the Trade Ideas trading room, and so you're looking at, this is Trade Ideas scanning software. Yeah, so I'm more of a momentum trader, definitely. I'm not a big pullback trader, not because there's anything wrong with that. I just said to myself early on, I said, early on a few years ago, I cannot try to take every setup known to man. So I just sort of concentrated on momentum trading, and I absolutely know that there are a lot of great pullback plays, etc. Sometimes you'll see them posted in the room and I'll take a look and I might do it, but I'm not searching for them. If that makes sense. Second, please. You know, guys, here's another one to really keep an eye on, you know, for those of you who are looking for potential swing trades. Again, this is not a recommendation. You know, I'm not saying, you know, this is a swing trade, so take it. But look at the OVV, and the high this week was ominous, 666, $6.66. So you don't want to buy it there. But seriously, I mean, you can see that if it, you know, it's been rising steadily the last month. More importantly, though, I mean, look at the gap, the void, the room it's got. Okay. Well, I just used the AI for an early trade, Cesar. My use of the AI is not necessarily going to be your use. I don't take every trade. I like to look at the ones under $20. A couple today. I didn't take the fetch, but I did take this one early. But I'm out of it already. You know, when you look at Neptune, NPTN, you know, I'm not a big indicator guy. You notice my charts really have very few indicators on them. I've got my volume down here. On the daily chart, there's that 200-day moving average, and you know, so when I was in the NPTN, I was aware that there was a 200-day moving average, 731. So that's pretty close, obviously. And look where it stalled. I mean, it did break down a little bit below it, but it could not hold underneath. So I took the trade, 741. I took some out at 729 and 734, mainly because I was worried that it wouldn't be able to really make it through that 200-day moving average. All right, so the MT's holding here. So how I use my watch list, again, it's not that when I get an alert, I immediately pile into the trade. You know, I mean, my watch list is designed so that it's, you know, it's not designed to take a couple of pennies out of the trade. All right, I mean, it may end up that way depending how it trades, but if you can see why MT made my watch list when I did my after-hours scanning yesterday, and I saw that this was the candle, the daily candle from yesterday. So when I saw that, I said, wow, okay, well, if this can keep running a little bit, look at the room it's got all the way up to here. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but when I make my watch list, it's really all about trying to take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock may not go up. Keep going, okay? A lot of other reasons why a stock won't keep going up. I mean, if the market all of a sudden starts to crash, or the sector, this is the steel sector, you know, there's a lot of other reasons. But when you look at charts like this, you say, okay, well, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance stopping it. Rarely does it do ETFs. Got a question about does the now here it's right back down again, guys. So I mean, I'm not giving up on this one, but it really has to take out that, you know, aggressively has to take out that 200-day moving average. So I had a question: does the AI do ETFs? Very rarely, very rarely. Yeah, guys, VTIQ after getting kind of semi-crushed in the pre-market is trying to come back. And look at the SPY, guys. The SPY is making a nice little recovery also. So if you put 10, you'll get very few. I don't recommend. It's not a matter of recommending. Look at them all. Okay. I don't recommend. First of all, I know I have to go over this, but I mean, we have 3 segments of the AI, and the original one, Holy Grail, and then we added Holly 2.0 and Holly Neo. getting progressively more, we'll call it more aggressive, okay? 2.0, a little more aggressive. Maybe the stops are a little tighter, or there's just a little more aggressiveness in the trades. And then Neo is very aggressive. It can be very, some wide ranges. You notice Neophotonic, it's not an earnings play, but so I don't recommend, it's all trading style. I don't recommend any one of them. I don't really care. I get an alert. I don't care from where it comes. I really don't care. What I would do is this. I would load from the toolbar, new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. I would have this window up and running. And if you're, if you end up being a premium subscriber, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. I know a lot of people will load that from the channel bar, and they'll go to the Omni channel, which will all three of them. But I think it's way better to just have this window up and running all day long. And at the beginning every day it's blank, and then as the alerts happen, there's your entry price, real-time entry. There's a stop, so it's kind of laid out for you. You manage it as you see fit. Just one moment, please. It was OVV. I'm not telling you to do this. I would probably wait for the break of, this week. The high this week was around 666. So, I would probably wait for that break if I were going to do it. But, look at, and if you're going to have a stop, when you're swinging something, the stop is going to be a lot wider. Yes, Sava is actually, Sava's putting a little bit of a pop here after being crushed on their data, negative phase 1 or phase 2B data. It's a bio, so they got absolutely crushed. Their data obviously was a big disappointment. Yeah, Sava did get halted, you're right. Yeah, these are just, so this is just a suggestion, okay? So if you got into the trade, say the SPY trade right now, the stop, they've got a stop automatically calculated for you if you want to follow it. Personally, I think it's based on the smart stop, which, it's not that scientific. And then so if you got into that trade, the target is just double the difference between the entry if you got in right now and the smart stop, okay? It's a guide, I wouldn't just hop into a trade and necessarily use them, but it's a guide. Look at PAGs, guys. Look at PAGs. Well, we do have some option filters, okay? And if you might be able to use these filters to help you trade options. So let me go over them. Smart yield. All right. So if I right-click on an alert window and I type in options. Okay, so we have some obvious ones, the put-call ratio. This option volume is the average option volume over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put volume today, call volume today. But this is kind of the interesting one, option volume today %. So what this means is it takes a look at the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So let's just say a stock normally over the last 10 days has traded a couple thousand contracts. Okay, if I use this filter add filter, and say I put 200 in here. So what that means is that stock that has traded normally 2,000 over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it would have to trade 4,000, 200% or double. So if you use that filter, then at least what it allows you to zero in on are stocks having abnormal option activity. Now, it's up to you then. If you feel that is good enough to trade an option on it, then fine. Okay. So I don't understand the question. So Sava got halted. The only way you can kind of see from the bid ask is where it's stacking up, before it's open. And typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:02, 13 seconds after 10:02. Okay, so it's stacking up right now, not as a big explosion, only 228. It was halted at 218. So I don't know if that helps, but this is nothing from us. This is Interactive Brokers. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, your broker will have, this is time and sales, from my Interactive Brokers. So this is not part of the Trade Ideas program. And there's Sava just opened. And you notice it did not pop. It may still, but it did not pop. Okay, Travis, so if you right-click on an alert window, right-click, configure, and search. So this is good for everybody, okay? If you're ever wondering what we might have, do we have this, do we have that? Do we have MACD? Do we have RSI? Do we have Ichimoku cloud? No, do we have anything? If you right-click on an alert window and then click on search, then you just start typing. So what I did was I typed in, obviously because the question was about options. So I just started typing, and here are our option filters. Look at Sava, guys. So it is now really popping. Okay. So just go into the search. So right-click, configure, search, and then just type it in. So for instance, do we have anything on Ichimoku? I can tell you right now, we don't. Okay, but if people ask, well, what do you have for MACD? Just type it in. Just start typing it in. RSI. Just start typing in. If we have it, you'll see it. If we don't, you won't. Okay. So Sava got halted again. Okay. The reason stocks get halted, it's basically a computer. All right. I mean, it's just math is what I really want to say. It's math. It's not some guy sitting there and going, I think I'll halt this and hitting a halt key. So it is basically, if a stock goes up too much in a short period of time, then the stock gets halted, kind of sort of pause, and so that the activity doesn't get so crazy. I mean, it could still keep going like it did, but it's just basically it's just a computer that does this. It looks scanning, obviously all the stocks all day long. So if it sees a certain price increase in a short period of time, then it halts the stock. Okay, the Neptune is still looking kind of interesting. I mean, I'm out of it completely. NPTN. It is now, the longer it holds under 731, which is that 200-day. Look at that. There's that green line right there. What is the MT doing? Yeah, so MT's not moving that much. It's a big float. One of the reservations I also had about maybe putting it part of my watch list. It's a big float, 1 billion in the float. So I mean, for it to move, it's either going to need some news or the market's going to have to really love the sector it's in. But it must have been the time period it moved. Like if it was a nanosecond, Don, then the name of the filter. Are you talking about the option filter, the unusual volume? It's the option filter. Option. It's this one right here. This one right here. Option. I wish we had Julio, if you're listening. I mean, we should rename this. I mean, it's a little confusing. You have two names exactly the same. Option volume today, but it's percent. We should rename this. I asked for this a long time ago. Just it's too confusing. I mean, why why do we have two filters with exactly the same name? Yes, if you expand it, you can see it, but we should have this as another name. Okay, guys, this is on the watch list. This TLSA. Now, it's not triggering yet because I have some filters in here. So for a stock to trigger from my watch list to make it into here and here also, it has to have a minimum volume, and it's nowhere near the minimum volume. But it's definitely interesting. This TLSA. It's above yesterday's high, but the volume is not great. That's the issue. And that's the TLSA. So are you talking your own strategies, Coimbra, or are you talking the AI? Your own strategies? I should never ask two questions. Because I get a yes. Yours? Okay, well, that's simple. You just turn the ones on you want. So, your strategies are designated long or short, so you just, turn on your long strategies. Because they have to be designated either long or short. Right? Make sense? Well, Sava opened again, and it's a nice recovery. I mean, that's a great recovery off the lows. Not in Brokerage Plus, no. We are looking to add a module that will allow you to track all the trades you take in Brokerage Plus, but not yet. I can't see how that's possible. If you're, I mean, it'll only trade the strategies that you've turned on. Listen, I'm not saying we're bug free, but it's hard for me to believe that here's a short, that it would take that short if the strategy is turned off. If it is, I have no explanation for that. Well, SRNE. So this has got a lot of attention, guys. I mean, if you believe the news, You know, says this antibody treatment may kill the coronavirus. There's your news. The interesting thing to me is that this is not a low float situation. This is not one of those really, really crazy low floats. All right, so Christopher, I'm sharing a lot of scans. A lot of scans. So if you click on the scans tab, one of the scans I'm sharing is the halts resumes. You just have to find it, okay? I'll find it. I know it's here. I know it's here. There it is, halts resumes, okay? So I do force you to do a little work. I mean, otherwise, because people ask me for scans all day long, so this is why I put them in the scans tab, okay? And then you just have to scroll and find it, and then, you know, just click on the link. You know how to load right from a link. So all the scans that I'm sharing are here. Plus, if you want to look at them all more at your leisure, you can click on this room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, and scans that I share, download. Okay? And then that'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at all of my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so Dave, do I have a multi-strategy window up? I do have a multi-strategy window up. Yeah, it's not as intuitive. Right-click, and you have to go to Properties, okay? And then Window Name. And then here's where you can. So it's right-click, Properties. The half-open folder, it's in the trading room. Hopefully you can see my screen. It's in the trading room. It's in the trading room right here at the top, right beside. See, I don't see exactly where the icons are. That, you know, I don't know the position. For me, it's right beside the sound icon. And it looks like a half open folder. It's called Room Drive. Okay. Position in the 20-day range. So that's you know, I don't have it in front of me now, Shad, but it means it's the position in the 20-day range. So where is it? You know, is it at the top of the range, at the bottom of the range, middle of the range? You have to go to each window, Brandon. So if you know the window that you want to shut off the sound, so you have to right-click, configure. I'm sorry, right-click Properties, and then where it says Actions. Shoot, I should be in this SRNE. Oh well, just a second. I'll do this again. So if you right-click, and then Properties, and then Actions, and then uncheck. You'll see the actual sound, okay? So just uncheck the play sound, okay. All right? You have to go to the individual window. So if you know the window that's maybe driving you crazy, I wanted to take the SRNE just over 5. The reason being is that, I mean, this is, you know, listen, whether it's ultimately going to be true or not, but I mean, that's a very eye-catching headline, obviously, okay? But I have to admit, what is interesting to me is the fact that this is not such a low, it's a big float, 127 million in the float. For a $5 stock, that's pretty big. So it means that, I mean, this is not, usually you see moves like this if the float is very low. You know what? I'm going to have to do a video on how to create a watch list because I get this quite a bit. I'm surprised it's not one of the 20 for 20. And by the way, I do want to pop that link into the room. Okay, I think this is a really good link for people who are new to trade ideas. So just give me a second here. Unfortunately, creating a watch list is not in there. So 20 short video lessons. I'm going to pop this into the YouTube feed too. I encourage you to look at this. Anybody who's new to trade ideas, to take a look at this. They're very short video lessons. If I click on the link, this is what you'll see. So, you know, they're at the bottom here, by the way, if you want to learn more about Brokerage Plus, etc. Brokerage Plus, the last three. Unfortunately, one of them was not how to create a watch list. Look at Dillard's. Dillard's on the move here. DDS on the move here. It's an earnings play actually too. Sort of a beaten up retailer. All right, Donald, are you watching me? Can you hear me? This is from the YouTube feed, YouTube stream. You wanted to know how to create your own scan list? Have to see if you're watching. Okay. So the first thing I would do, Donald, is I would create an alert window or a top list window first, okay, in the way in which you want to manage your top list, or your watch list. Monitor it, I should say. You want to monitor your top list, your scan. You know what? I'll get it right. You want to be able to monitor your watch list in a certain way. So create your alert window or top list window first, okay? Once you do that, right click, configure, symbol list. We call it a symbol list. Create new. I will call it Donald. I will give it a name. Now, if you have a column that you want to copy and paste in, you can do so, or you can just start typing the symbols in one at a time. No comma to separate, just type them in one at a time. Say OK. Now, when you do that, that didn't happen this time for some reason, but a lot of times you have to see that symbol list you just created over here in this column. So if it's not there, then you have to go to Add Existing List, and you have to find it. If you've never done one before, it'll be obvious where it is. There is Donald right there. I just click on it and it moves over. Okay. This is a drop-down menu, only the following list. So you just check only the following list and then check it. And then say OK. I'm not going to. But once you say OK, then that means the symbol list that you created called Donald is now attached to this window right here. Okay? Yeah, same thing happened yesterday. You have to do a reset probably, and that'll... No, yeah. And reset did not help. Now, Donald, the other thing though, just to let you know, obviously, from time to time, you are going to want to you are going to want to edit your watch list that you created. And so for anybody else, and I forgot to tell the other person who asked me about a watch list, you have to go to tools. So from our toolbar, tools, options, tools, symbol lists. Okay, and then you find it. And if you haven't created very many, you'll see them. So you left click on the name of it, and then edit. And then you can edit the symbol list. And then once you've edited it, you just say OK. I'm going to get rid of these. Wow, Dillard's is on the fly here. So Brokerage Plus, if you want to trade your account, only works with interactive brokers. Yes, if you want a paper trade simulation, which I haven't taken any yet, which I will start to, it doesn't matter what broker you've got, okay? But if you do want to trade your account, then you have to connect using Brokerage Plus, you have to connect to interactive brokers. It's the only brokerage platform it works with. But I want to keep saying this. I know people get confused because I see the emails coming in after hours, and you don't need interactive brokers. If you have trade ideas, we link with many other brokerage accounts, okay? It's not mandatory that you have interactive brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade using trade ideas, okay? If that makes sense. And when I say linking, we have an external linking tool. And yeah, I'm linked to my interactive brokers account, but we link to Thinkorswim. We link to a lot of brokerage platforms. Linking meaning that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry. And then from there, you'll trade it. Okay, it's not going to auto trade. It's nothing to do with auto trading. So I hope that makes sense. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Because I see emails coming in, well, I don't have interactive brokers, so I guess I can't use trade ideas. Of course not. Yeah, Cesar, we do not link with E-Trade. Okay, we're hoping down the road. Right now, we only link with interactive brokers. I have no timeline on a potential E-Trade link. Okay? Brokerage Plus. Okay. Boy, I'm obviously not explaining it very well. Brokerage Plus, for a lot of new traders, will be excellent. Brokerage Plus is part of our standard service. Okay? And so if you're a new trader and you want to practice trading, we've got a simulator so you can use Brokerage Plus to practice trading. All you have to do is check, just check it. Simulated trading, okay? So Brokerage Plus, if you're a new trader and you want to practice trading, paper trading, Brokerage Plus is here. It uses our real-time data. It has no bearing on what broker you have. If you wanted to use Brokerage Plus to trade your actual account, you need an interactive broker's account. Okay? That's really, it's an order entry tool, yes. But obviously, listen, before, if we didn't have Brokerage Plus, we link with many brokerage platforms, and all you would do is link, just saving you the step of having to type in a symbols all day long into your brokerage platform. That's all linking does. Okay, so instead of especially if you're only looking at two stocks a day, it doesn't matter. But if you're like me, clicking on a lot of stocks all day long, It'd be a pain if I had to, type in AROC into my order entry. So that's what our external linking tool does, and we link with many brokerage platforms. But if you wanted to use this Brokerage Plus to actually trade your real money, you need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, so surfing is this. So there's a toggle up here, or basically this is just on and off. Okay, so surfing, basically what happens is this. If you have top list windows open, it's going to take a look at the top three. I quickly do it. It's going to go to SMH next. Okay, see how it went to, it was going to look at the top three symbols in a top list window as you have them sorted. People ask me that all the time. And what it does, it'll automatically load the charts for you. Once it's done with a top list window, then it goes on to the next one. Okay, and the next one and the next. It'll keep cycling through all of your top list windows until you tell it to stop. Now, stopping obviously is just, you could this is just an on and off. So you can stop it here, or if you click on a symbol, it will stop. Or if you just want to pause it. So if I'm in surf mode right now and I want to pause it, take a look at the chart for a little bit longer, all I have to do is go to the chart and it will pause, and I can examine the chart a little bit longer, make a determination if I want to trade it or not. And once I've made that determination, I back off the chart and then it'll resume surfing. You can try that, William. I mean, if you came into the trading room, no, you can't. There's no way to do that. The question was, to control the surf cycle. That's why the pause is there, though. I think you would drive yourself nuts. 30 seconds. It would be crazy. I think. I think the default is about 5 seconds or so. That should be long enough. To look at a chart and see whether, and then pause it. If you see the chart and you like it, just pause it. Just go to the chart and pause it. Yeah, so that 200-day moving average was just too tough for Neophotonics. I almost got back in it, but it didn't. You see, what I was looking for was a really solid break off that 200-day. Now it got down to 721. I think if it had got down to maybe the low teens, I may have taken it, but it's just too hard. It just doesn't want to really break through that 200-day moving average. Let me just show. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. All right, guys, let's see. So silver is still strong, guys. Silver, silver, silver. AG, probably SSRM, and the other one I saw, I think MAG. Is MAG a silver play? I think MAG is a silver play. Let's see how strong that one is. Yeah, I mean, there's still, silver is still strong. The whole sector is strong today. CVET is, yeah, I've seen this one ripping higher here. CVET is an earnings play, really not that much react. In fact, it was down. Interesting, this was down in the pre-market. Okay, there's where it closed yesterday at 11.28. It got all the way down to, a dollar below, and then the market opened and it just ripped higher for CVET. So William, I am sharing, if you can come into the trading room, I'm going to give you a link for the trading room, okay? And if you can come into the trading room, I can give you I just can't do it in the YouTube stream. You can come into the trading room, and then I can give you like a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Oh, son of a gun, Cesar. I'm sorry. Somebody asked. They were trying. They were part of the test drive and they couldn't get in. Okay, Cesar, are you still here? I was going to. I got. Okay. Sorry about that. So you're still not in. Okay. If you don't mind, and I'll delete it almost immediately. Most of the time, what we found yesterday are people not realizing that your password. When you log, first of all, two things. When you're logging in up here, not down here in demo mode, and username and password are case sensitive. Okay? 90% of the problems were people not realizing that. Okay? It's case sensitive. The other issue could have been that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements. That's the other issue. But if you're 100%, so they can look at your account, but you'd have to give me your email right here. I'll quickly delete it. And then I can post it into our tech area, and so they can take a look at your account. But that's typically the reason, just to let you know. The password and username are case sensitive. Yeah, I understand. I understand. You've paid the $8.99. Just if you don't mind, if you can quickly give me your email, I promise I promise that I'll delete it quickly. Yeah, that link above is okay. Just a second here. Just a second, please. All right, so I've passed it on, okay? I have passed it on, and let's see what they come up with, okay? Yeah, well, this is the other trade. I mean, I know it's confusing. We have two feeds, okay? We have a YouTube feed stream, which is, well, that's what so the people on YouTube, that's what they see. You see my screen, you can hear me. But we do have another trading room. The trading room, a lot more active, many more traders in the trading room. I'm able to do a lot more. I can give you links, things like that. It's just hard for me to do it in the YouTube feed. YouTube is great if all you want to do is listen to me and see my screen. But this is the link for the trading room. I say if you want to come into the trading room. So I mean there are, I mean the YouTube stream is a trading room also, but this other one is more robust. All right, so Modi, good question. If you all the stuff that you're doing in the 2-week test drive, if you create a layout, make sure file, save or share to cloud, okay? Make sure you give it a name and save it to the cloud, okay? Save each individual window that you've created, or one is that maybe you've looked at a link and you've loaded it. Save that window to the cloud. So save everything to the cloud. All right? If you decide after the test drive is over, and this is for everybody, if you decide that you want to take out a subscription, if you use the same email that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything you've done during the test drive will be available for you, okay? Just make sure you save everything to the cloud. Yeah, I hope, Cesar, that they, let's see if I've got an answer back yet. Yeah, you know what they're saying? They're saying that you're using the wrong username and password. It looks like you've got 2 accounts or something. You have to sign out of the one that starts with L. It looks like you signed up like for 2 accounts. Okay, sorry, the link. Yes, this is my link for the layout. Give me a second here. Okay, again, I'll put this in the YouTube feed also. There's my layout for the test drive. Remember, and I know I'm going to nag everybody to death on this, but it happens. Before you click on that and load it, it is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced by that, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Okay. here. Are you in the simulator, Coimbra, or are you trading your live account? If you're trading your live account, I'm going to have to suggest you send the log. I can't help you. I have no idea why that's happening. Are you in the simulator? Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you to our homepage. I'm sorry, I don't know why that's happening. I mean, I just don't. Okay, so it seems to be happening with a lot of people. Okay. Weekly and yearly charts, yes, we do. So these are the time frames we have. If I right click on the time frame, well, we have monthly, sorry, not yearly, but 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, and monthly. Those are the time frames we've got, okay? King of trading. Okay, the Neptune is getting interesting again. Let's see if this time it can really crash underneath that 200-day moving average of 731. So, guys, I just want to explain a little bit of what you're seeing here on the AI. All right, I've passed the information on regarding your Coimbra. I've passed it on. I don't know if there's a fix coming or. Yeah, they turn off the one that's trading too much. I mean, I know that's not a great answer, but it appears that, see, I because I'm not auto trading the simulator, I'm just sort of manually trading. I guess I'm not running into things like that. All right, so this is what the AI, if you have the premium service, you're in the test drive, this is how I would look at the AI, okay? I would click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up and you should see all of the trades that have happened, okay? Now, obviously there's some kind of a little bug here because that never got stopped out. But typically, this is what happens. The AI will wait for the market to close every day. So today it'll wait for the market to close, and then after hours gets to work and takes a look at all. I think there are around 50 what we call baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were one of the baseline strategies, oops. It takes a look at the filters that are in place in the AI strategies. In the AI strategies, there are way more filters in place. And starts to maybe make changes to the values within the filter. Price between 1 and 30, maybe makes a change there. Maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Goes through this whole optimization procedure. Hard enough to do one strategy, obviously impossible for a human to do 50. At the end of the routine, on Monday, we were then presented with the strategies that made the cut. Typically, making the cut is a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of at least 60. Okay? Now, I don't care what strategies make the cut. Now, that's just me maybe, but I really don't care. All I care about are what are the alerts we're getting from those strategies that did make the cut. And this is what we see today. So you have an entry price, you've got a stop, and you just manage the trades as you see fit. You can see right there, there's a ZYXI, there's the alert at 2035. I actually am a little more in favor of the alerts that get a little more late in the day. Even though this one worked a little bit early, the neophotonics, I like to see things settle down a little bit. Personally, for me, I like to see stocks under 20, but because people say, well, how do you use the AI? The AI can be used in all sorts of different ways. For me, it's just a great watch list. Okay, so that is basically what the AI does. So I just wait for the alerts to happen, and then, not necessarily that you have to hop into a trade immediately. I'm still interested in this neophotonics. When you say how many different kinds of charts, that's all the same chart, it's just different time frames. There's a 5-minute time frame, 15-minute, daily, weekly, and monthly chart, if that's what you mean. And then this is a 15-minute SPY chart. I don't know what you mean, Modi. The layout, my layout links are here in subscriptions, right there. So there's the layout is here. Now you have the choice to change the mode, absolutely, if you want. Okay, let me now talk about Brokerage Plus, okay? And I know for whatever reason this seems to be confusing to people. Yes, okay, so you're coming at the right time. So in order to have the Brokerage Plus window open, from the toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus. Okay, your Brokerage Plus. Now, unfortunately, I have to say this: Brokerage Plus is only available for the downloadable, the download application. Okay, it's not available in the web-based version. So, Brokerage Plus can be used in two ways, and everything I'm saying until I say you need our a premium subscription is part of the standard service. Okay, so please, yeah, it is real it's our using our real-time data. So just let me if you just give me a moment, I'll try to run through it. So two ways you can use Brokerage Plus. Probably the number one way for a lot of people, especially if you're new to trading, will be to use our simulator, Paper Trader. Okay, so all you have to do is check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. If you want to trade your own account using this module, and it's a call it a fancy order entry screen with a lot of options that you can set up. If you did want to do that, if you wanted to use it to trade your real account has to be Interactive Brokers. Okay? If you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade real money, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account right now. We're looking to add some more, but I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. Even though we see E-Trade and Alpaca, I like to see them get rid of it until it's available. But anyway, so hopefully that makes sense. If you want to trade your real account, real money, you need an Interactive Brokers account if you want to use the Brokerage Plus module. But what I'm doing is all day long, I demonstrate the simulator in action. It's too general a question. Well, I mean, a lot of people love Ameritrade and like TradeStation. I don't know how to define better. God, does it work? When you say does it work, I almost feel like I want to get rid of Brokerage Plus. People are just missing, and it's obviously my way of explaining this. It has to be the way I'm explaining this. Brokerage Plus, okay, please listen to me very carefully. Brokerage Plus can be used if you want to practice trading as a paper trading or as a simulator. You can also use it if you have an Interactive Brokers account to trade that Interactive Brokers account. If you have another broker's account, of course you can use Trade Ideas. You don't need Brokerage Plus to trade your account if it's not Interactive Brokers. Okay? It's just that this is a module that happens to link with Interactive Brokers, but if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, yes, you can use Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is a scanning tool first and foremost. So, we do have this external linking tool. Linking meaning that if we link with many brokerages, meaning that when you establish the link, when you click on a symbol, it just loads into your order entry, saves you a step of having to type it in. Okay? I don't know how better I can explain it, but people get if I don't have an IB account, I can't use Trade Ideas. Okay? It's just that we've got this nice little module that connects to Interactive Brokers now, and yes, we'd like to connect to other brokers down the road. Okay? All right. So what I demonstrate all day long is the simulator in action. Okay? So the simplest way to use the simulator. 1 second, please. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. All right, guys, what I was trying to do, I wanted to get back into the Neptune trade. So I got back in around 723-ish. Okay, so we'll see. A little leery about the whole number, but we'll see if it breaks it. I know it's not Neptune. I know it's Neophotonics. Okay, so let me just keep going on the Brokerage Plus. So the simplest way to use this is if I click on a symbol, the symbol will show up here. And the shares, you can pick how many shares you want. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. Use the big sell button. And if you are going long, I'm sorry guys, I have a question again. If you're going long, you buy. Okay, these are hotkeys, so flatten gets you out of your position. Half your position. Double your position. If you're new to trading, forget this one. I'll tell you what it means. Reverse means if you're long, now you want to go short, or short, you want to go long. You just want to reverse your position. All right, Rudy, this is, we do have a hot resumes window. There you are. There's the link for it, okay? Well, yeah, I just posted it. Back in the short right there, 723, okay? Yeah, short sell. I mean short sell. A little leery of it not taking out 7, but we'll see. Okay, so in order to take a trade, most manual way is, again, you just pick how many shares you want. So let's just take this trade. I'm going to take this trade. Would I take this trade normally? Probably not, but let's take a look at the spread here. That spread's not bad. Just to show you how you do it. So I'm going to buy it. There it is. Using our real-time data. It matters not. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Okay? It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. That I'm not sure of now, Shad. I'm not sure. I don't know if that was happening just in the sim. I really don't know. Okay, so that is the simplest way to use it. Just a very, without putting any stops in. Now, if I want to put a stop in right now, let's say I wanted to put a stop. I'm looking at the chart right there, 123. The bottom right there. Maybe that's a good stop. Okay, so I can now put the stop price of 1.23, or I can select it, of course, if I want, but sometimes it's just easier to type it in. Okay. And I sell. And notice how it showed up on the chart right there. So if I allow this to happen, automatically, so if the price got down to 123, it would take me out of the trade. Okay? Now, let's just say the trade started working well. And it starts moving up higher and higher and higher. I could always take my stop and move it with it. Okay? So instead of sort of what I will call an artificial trailing stop, you basically look where I put my stop. I put it at an area where I thought, well, if it takes that out, I should be out of the trade. So the same sort of thing. You can start moving up to areas on the chart where, looks like, okay, that could be a support. If it breaks that support, then I should get out of the trade. So you can use this like a trailing stop. I can put a target in if I want. Let's say I wanted to put a target of, $1.60. Put it in both areas. And sell. So you see how, can't see it on the, it's right at the top here in that 5-minute chart, but you see on the weekly chart, you can see it right there. There's the target that I placed. And the same thing. Let's say the trade really starts to work well. Of course, I can just keep moving my target up, or if I wanted to get out, I could move it down. So very highly visual, right on the chart to do what you want to do. Well, Jeff, as far as I know, if IB does not allow short positions, if you tried to short, you're talking about using your real account, the trade just wouldn't go through. Well, guys, moment of truth here for Neophotonics. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. EGAP is an earnings play, okay? An earnings play. I post all this on Twitter also, so I have to save space. So I try to abbreviate some of these. All right, guys, I have covered some at 7:05, just in case it cannot. Take out that whole number. Feels good to be trading again. And please don't ask me how much I'm trading or anything like that, okay? We do not discuss how much we make or how many shares we take, and if you're asking me, well, did I get rid of half or third? Is there a formula I use? No. It's just kind of a feel situation for me. I'm somebody who always worries that a stock is going to have a tough time taking out a whole number. But if it does, that's really going to move down. So, are you talking, Jeff? Are you talking about nothing to do with the AI, just your own orders? Okay. How do you trade your? Let me keep going, guys. Okay. Before I answer any other questions, I want give me about 5 to 10 minutes going through Brokerage Plus. All right. So I apologize if I'm not going to get to your question right away. The problem is if I keep answering questions coming left and right, it's also from the YouTube. I'll never get through it. So let me just keep going. So hopefully I was able to explain how easy it is to take a trade. You just click, 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 and you can set up your stops. You can set up your price targets if you want to. So just like I've done here with DFFN, and you can move them right in the chart. Now there's something else that you can do, and it's what we call one-click trading. And again, this is part of the simulator. Everything is part of the simulator, or if you want to trade your IB account. So one-click trading is now, let's take a look at X, a nice one so far, 735, 743. Let's just say I wanted to trade this one. I look at the chart, I go, yeah, I want to trade it. So I go back and I right-click and I hover over trade, and this box will pop up. Now, I think we have some defaults that we've created for you. And this is what we call one-click trading. You basically just pick the way in which you want to trade it. So it's not auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. You just pick how you want to trade it. Just click on it, all right? So how do you set this up? You have to have the Strategies tab open or click on it. If you don't have the Strategies tab, from the toolbar, in Brokerage Plus, New, and here are the tabs you have. Probably the two most important ones are the Strategies tab and the Positions tab, okay? But you can have them all open. So there's the Strategies tab. You'll notice that these are the long strategies, and here are the short ones. And you'll notice that they correspond to all of this. Buy is long and short, and short is S, obviously. So how do you create your own? So you can right-click, New Trading Strategy, give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? These are tabs in which you can fill in as much information as you want. I'm going to show you what I do for one of them, okay? Just to give you an idea what you can do. So I created a strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk. And I'll explain that. It has to do with the buy button on the chart. So if I right-click and edit trading strategy, so obviously, I went through the exercise at the beginning to create new trading strategy. I gave it this name. I called it a long. Entry time, I don't have an entry time. I'm not auto trading this. So I don't, entry time is irrelevant. I'm basically taking the trade whenever I want to. Order details, risk management work hand in hand. And so I'd like people to get used to the fact that, we live in a real world. There's AG popping here. Sorry, I'm going to have to, don't have to, okay. We live in a real world, and unfortunately every trade you take is not going to work. So get used to the idea of, okay, if a trade doesn't work, if it goes against me, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So in the simulator, I'm risking $100. That's what that means. Based on a stop loss, position sizing, based on a stop loss, and I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. So I'm going to do everything I possibly can to only lose $100 if it works against me. Then the risk management, so these two tabs work hand in hand. I'm using a stop loss filter, and I'm using this VWAP stop. I would encourage you to try this. There's a lot of stops here. Don't ask me what they all, I mean, most of them are what I call irrelevant. These are just all the filters. This is a special one that is now available to everybody. It looks at today's VWAP, I think yesterday's, the high and low of the day, and it feeds into the computer and it spits out a number. So you see that VWAP stop in my single stock window, 37 cents as an example. That means that if I took the trade right now, my stop is 37 cents away. You know, so if it's a dollar, then the stop would be at 63 cents. Okay, 37 cents down. And this number will change all day long because, of course, the high and the low changes. All right, so that, and now I've put I don't put targets, but people ask, well, can you do it? And so yes, you can. So I put a target of 50 cents above, and that's what that offset means. I'm all out of the neophotonics, by the way, guys. So luckily I was watching. So again, could not get through 7. You can see why I personally feel that whole numbers are, can be a real impediment. But if it happens again, gets close to that whole number again, I may reshort it. So there's the VWAP stop that I'm using. There's the offset of 50 cents. So if I get into the trade and the trade happens to be at $1, if I just let it happen automatically and it got up to $1.50, it would take me out of the trade. So let's see how that works. You notice we have a buy button on the chart. Now, if you don't have a buy button on the chart, then you have to download the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? And here is the download link. Okay, so there's the link for if you don't have a buy button on the chart. So this is how you use the buy button right on the chart. You have to take one of your long strategies and designate it as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button on the chart. And how do you do that? So obviously, excuse me, I created a strategy that I call chart long $100 risk. Sounds like that's why I named it like that. So if I right click and then I check default chart long strategy, I check that. So that means when I use the buy button on the chart, it will follow these rules that I set up. Risking $100, using this stop, using this as my target, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So if I wanted to take AROC as an example, okay, I want to take that trade right now. I click on the buy button, and I basically just drop it. See, I dropped it just underneath. So you can do that, okay? It's actually not a bad example. So if you wanted to, I wouldn't probably drop it right at 505, but let's say you wanted to take the trade on a pullback to 5 or some other level. You could have dropped it there. Or let's just say I wanted to take the trade if it broke say 511, the high. I could have dropped it there. I'm going to move it so I can take the trade right now. Okay, so now it just took the trade. So it's a little tricky sometimes, you've got to try to, if you want to take the trade right now, you've got to drop it. When I say drop, you click on it and then release. It's sort of a drop, sort of a catch and release, okay, for the fishermen out there. So now, look what it says here. Now, it's approximate. But you see it says that there's my stop, 486. Where did I get that number from? Remember I was saying it's using the VWAP stop, so that was about 20 cents away. okay, from my entry. And if I allowed myself, if I allowed the trade to work, if I allowed myself to be taken out at the stop, I would lose approximately 100. It's always going to be approximate. It's never going to be right to the penny. So that's what that means. I'd be losing $107 if I allowed it to go down to 485 and automatically take me out at the stop. If the trade starts working and it starts moving higher and higher up to that 556 level, because that's 50 cents above where I took the trade, then it would take me out automatically for $230. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. And now if I don't, I can also start moving that stop wherever I want it. Okay? Wherever I want it, I can move that stop. So I can use it like a trailing stop. Let's say the trade really starts working well. I can just start moving that stop line right up on the chart and putting in a place where, there might be some support for the stock, so that if it broke underneath that, maybe that's where I put my stop. And I know it's a lot, to get through. People are probably wondering, wow, how can I remember all this? Well, first of all, I'm always here. Well, not always, but from 9 to 3 every day. Monday to Friday, and so you can always ask me questions. The questions will definitely settle down a little bit once we're out of the test drive. We've got 3,700 people in this test drive, so that's why there are a lot more questions. But as a refresher, you can say, "Hey Barry, I remember you did something like that. Can you show me again?" So that's how you use that buy button right in the chart. Okay. Everything I said is part of the standard service. Whether you're using our simulator or attaching it to your Interactive Brokers account to trade your IB account, okay? Everything I said. Here is where you would need the premium service. So there was a question earlier from the YouTube feed. Just one moment, please. So please listen to me very, very closely. This is when you would need our premium service. If you wanted to take one of your strategies that you created, all right, from an alert window, you've created an alert window and you want to auto trade your strategies. So you've had to create them, and they have to appear here. You have to set up the rules, how you want to trade them. And then you just basically turn the strategy on. So I'm going to do the watch list down. I don't think there's... So I right click. And so I right click and strategy enabled. See, now it says on. What that would mean, if the symbol showed up here, it would automatically take that trade as per the rules that I created here. All right? I'm going to turn it off. Okay, but if you want to auto trade your own strategies, you need our premium service. If you want to see the AI in action all day long, you need our premium service. And I shudder to say this one, but because I know there are people who might want to try. But if you wanted to auto trade the AI, just the AI, not your own, but the AI, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. And this is, I know what happens. Somebody comes in right now and says, you have to buy Brokerage Plus for $1,100 minus a discount. And so now they think they have to buy Brokerage Plus. Okay, so that's the only time you actually have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. So I hope that makes sense. The bottom line is this: if you don't care about auto trading at all, then the standard service is fine. You have full access to Brokerage Plus, to paper trade it using Paper Trader or Simulator Trader, or connecting to your Interactive Brokers account if you have one. Okay? You can't do it during the day, Siegel. If you, the only way you can't do it, one of the reasons why you can't do it is because eventually we're going to be setting up a contest with Brokerage Plus in the simulator. And so, there'll be weekly contest winners. So obviously, you're not going to be able to, I think, well, if you get out of a trade, it'll disappear. So in other words, if I exited all these trades, tomorrow I won't see them. Okay, that's the only way it's going to happen. But you can't say, especially if we're going to use a contest, you can't get into a trade and say, well, I don't like that one, and then delete it. Okay, it's working against you. So you're stuck with it for the day. Auto trading is enabled, okay, in the simulator, okay? It's enabled for the simulator. They do not automatically clear overnight. If you let's just say I kept this trade open, I will see it tomorrow. But if I flatten it before the market closes, then it's gone. Okay, a smart stop. The smart stop is a highly I think we're going to getting rid of it, Bon K. To be honest, the smart stop was supposed to take into account the stock's volatility and the highs and lows and feed it into our system and generate a smart stop. I mean, it's okay, but I think that we're having more success with this VWAP stop. Okay, so I would use the VWAP stop over the smart stop. And that's why I don't even explain it anymore. So some of the links I want to go over. If you click on the links, so pricing, let me just give you an idea about what Trade Ideas costs. And if you want to take on a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, and that's the link right there, DI pricing, that's the link. Brings you to this page. We basically have 4 plans. The premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And again, I've gone over the difference between premium and standard, the AI, and if you want to auto trade anything, okay, you need the premium service. You don't have to start off, of course, with an annual plan or even premium. You can always try us out. The standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, you can sign up for it right there. I may do a video today. I haven't done one all week, so I may do a daily video today. I see the questions are not coming as fast and furious, so I may do a daily video. And I haven't done any all week because I've just been too busy to do them. There's the download link. So again, if you don't have the buy button, and I'm going to go over the similar tab in the single stock window. If you don't have those, please click on the download link. This is, you're in the trading room now, but this is a trading room link. This is our YouTube link. You can still sign up for the test drive. You won't get, obviously 10 days. You'll get the balance of today plus next week. This is actually the next test drive sign up link. So, if you don't want to, it costs you $8.99 for the balance of today and then the next 5 days next week. But if you can't do it at all, if you want, you can always click on that link and you can fill it in, and then you'll be notified exactly when the next test drive is. I believe it's going to be August. We do these 4 times a year. We have some ebooks here developed by Trade Ideas. There are a lot of swing trading setups, okay? So that's all in the links section. More than likely, I'm sure there'll be at least 20, probably 25%. More than likely to be 25%. Okay, let me see if I can catch up. I want to just catch up. Which features will not work if I use my own brokerage versus interactive brokers? Well, you can't use Brokerage Plus to trade your TDA your TDA account. Everything else though is the same. Okay, makes sense. You can use Brokerage Plus to paper trade, all right, but you don't. You see, there's no way to connect to your TD Ameritrade account, so you can't use this to trade. Yeah, but of course you can. You know, it's not the end of the world not to be able to use Brokerage Plus to trade. You know, again, you can set up a link so that again you don't have to constantly type symbols in. So when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your Ameritrade account, and then you'll have to trade from there. Does that make sense? RL? That make sense? That's true. You have to, if you wanted to auto trade the AI as an example, only in simulation mode, you would turn all the strategies on. You have to have the Holly tab on. But I have a feeling our simulator is not up to snuff right now, so I wouldn't necessarily do it. But I mean, it's not going to hurt you. You're in simulation mode, but you would turn the strategies on that you want, or turn them all on. Okay, enable all. Now they're all on. You don't, this is what I would do, Cesar. I wouldn't use the Omni channel, okay? You know, I think the most prudent way to use the AI is have this window open. Then you'll see all the alerts all day long, without no fuss, no muss, okay? One window, all. And you have that just from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window, and then this pops up. And then you can actually incorporate this as part of your layout. So you could have a layout, you know, like all these other windows, and you can actually incorporate this as part of your layout. So when you file, save, entire layout, give it a name, save it. How do you set trade to close at the end of the day? Well, to do it automatically, yeah. It's because you're clicking from the channel. I know I know it's confusing. I know. It's because you are clicking from the channel bar, which is okay. Next, in a couple of weeks, the only way to get these three windows will be from my windows. Okay. The reason we do this is that the channels, if you notice, most of the channels, there's a limited number of windows. They're not going to be as extensive. Okay. So my whole idea of creating that channel was to allow especially new users, but not even new users, somebody like myself, to focus on very few stocks during the course of the day. Instead of wondering what should I be looking at. So my watch list has been producing I think very well. And so if you only concentrate on a few stocks during the day, that might be all you need to do. What I did for the trade for this test drive 2 weeks is to incorporate these windows into the entire layout. So if you want to see that, so Sandeep, if you want to see my layout, as you see here, then there's the link. But once the test drive is over, You know, this link is going to disappear. This is only good for the test drive. So for another week, then you'll see these. After that, you know, that link will disappear. And then in order to access my windows, you have to go to the channel bar. Well, I mean, RL, I guess so. I mean, you know, how fast is fast? I mean, that's up to you, obviously. So we've got another pretty good one here from the AI. Obviously, not able to pay attention, but that's a really nice one, I think. I mean, look at the gap. SSYS, ACB. I got to admit, I am taking out 10. Totally biased against these guys, but oh well. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. In fact, I'll be back. Yeah, I know. So that float that we've got is not really 1 point. It's 1/12 of that. All right, guys. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, I'm back. Okay, it'll pause, Don, if you get into if it'll only pause if you go to a chart. Okay, Don. So when I click on it and it's surfing, it'll pause if I go to a chart or if I click on a symbol, it'll stop. Okay? Or RL, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that IB is I mean, these are hotkeys that we have. IB has hotkeys within its program also. Okay. I don't want to. I'm not going to say absolutely 100%. I mean, I think I've had no issues with IB in executions, but I'm also not so hung up on maybe getting in at the exact penny. I don't mean you're hung up. I'm just saying that a lot of the stuff that I do, it's I can I get an alert and I'm not necessarily having to take it right away. I'm maybe watching to see how it's trading a little bit and then okay, I'll take it. I don't seem to have any issues. I don't have any issues with IB in that regard. So that's all I can say. Price alerts question. Okay, price alerts question. I'm just trying to. I will. Dave, where is that price alerts question? Where is it? Oh, we set up a price alerts window yesterday as a workaround. Audible stop. Oh, okay. That's easy. Okay, so you go to your price alerts window and, sorry, left click on it and delete. Okay, delete the ones you want, or if you want to delete them all, highlight them all, and delete. Okay? Okay, so that's how you do it. You can just highlight them all and delete them all at once. Well, if you wanted to start surfing again, yes. I mean, surfing really, to me, surfing is based on, okay, I want to sit back for a while. I don't feel like clicking. I want the software to load charts for me, sort of the lazy man's way to trade. Let the software load charts for me. So I'm sitting back, I'm looking at the charts, I'm looking, and if I see something I like, I go, oh, okay. Then I can pause it, take a look at the chart longer if I want, maybe right from the chart, do my little trade thing, okay? And then I just back off it. If I back off it, then it just starts to, then it'll continue surfing the minute you back off it. Well, Trader is a scanner. Yes, I mean that's it. It's predominantly it's a scanner. Yes, it's not a different product. Yes. Lou, as long as you, and I'll get to your question, Kelly, as long as you save everything to the cloud, yes, like you're doing, it sounds like it, and as long as you use the same email address that you used for the test drive for when you take a subscription, because we save everything, it's all linked to your email address, okay? So the question was, I'm on the test drive, excuse me, I'm on the test drive. So all the work I'm doing during the test drive, if you save everything to the cloud, each individual window is so simple. Right click, save, save, in the cloud, done. Save your layout to the cloud, file, save or share to cloud. Entire layout, give it a name, save, done, okay? So if you save everything to the cloud, that means if you do take out a subscription later on, and it doesn't have to be the day after, it could be 10 years later, as long as we're still in business. As long as you use the same email address, everything you've done will be there. Now, there's another reason to save things to the cloud. You can have trade ideas. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So you can have it. I'm obviously on my desktop computer. I have a laptop. I have a tablet, etc., etc. Okay. So you can have it on as many devices as you want. You can only load it one device at a time. But obviously, you can see where I'm going with this. If you have everything in the cloud, so say I'm on my laptop and I just download the program and then I just file load from cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything for every device. So Kelly, gap. So gap is the usual definition of the gap is the first print of the day. So let's just say a stock closed yesterday at $10, and at 9:30, the very, very first trade is at $11. That's a $1 gap. That's what we call. That's the typical definition of the gap. So stocks. So for instance, you can say just show me stocks that have gapped, either a certain percent or a certain dollar value, and then, because typically a stock that gaps like that could be active all day. Oh, Alvin, is there a strategy window that I can choose from trade ideas? Well, if you go to the toolbar and click on new, we have a lot of themes within each channel that you can take a look at. Okay? I hope you're still listening, Alvin. Well, it's a filter. So for instance, if I'm, I use this in the pre-market, okay? It works in the pre-market too, but this is just a filter. Okay, so there's my gap, okay? So it's the gap filter, and it can be a percent or a dollar value. In the pre-market, I use both. But if I didn't use this, if I was using this, okay, so all I have to do is just type in gap, and you'll see what we have for gap. It's a very, it's a very popular. A lot of people want to play, like to play the gaps, but you have to, of course, assign the gap. I mean, a 1 cent gap, obviously not as big as unless it's unless the stock is 0.00001 cent. But so obviously the bigger the gap, obviously depending on the share price too. That's why a lot of people, instead of an actual dollar value, they'll use a percent. No, no, no. The alerts keep coming in. No, no. The alert, and so do the topless windows. They keep updating. No, surfing does not stop anything from happening. Okay, Don. Okay, so I don't know the exact way in which you link, but with E-Trade, but now, are you on the download version as opposed to the web, Handbone? Are you on the web version, or are you on the app, the downloadable? I call it the program, which because linking doesn't work if you're on the web. Well, the only scanner that gives enter and exit points is the AI. Okay, everything else you see here, these are ideas. All right, this is an idea. All right, the AI, there's your entry and there's your exit. I'm sorry, there's your stop price. Okay, so this is laid out ahead of time. So you're not on the web-based version, Handbone. You downloaded the program, right? You have a. Oh, just one moment, please. One moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. We've got some trades are coming back in, so I'm going to have to probably take a little more time off here. I just some calls. Anyway, I'm just looking at the question I had. Well, look at silver. Look at this SSRM. I mentioned this in the pre-market. It had a dip, and now it's continuing to go here. Yeah. Oh, what a. Oh, it's a hassle, man. Boy, SRNE guys, this is I mean, it's a great looking press release, you know, whether or not it's, you know, but it's a great looking press release for SRNE. You know, reports a possible coronavirus antibody. Oh yeah, it's virus hype. There's no question. And it's a big float. That's the interesting thing for me, that it's a big float. 127 million in the float, not a low float. So okay, Handbone, I'm trying to get back to your. So with E-Trade, I mean, we have the linking tool. So tools, external linking. What I would do, if you really want to go, you can go to the home page and ask exactly how to link. Where's my homepage link? How to link with E-Trade, okay? I think it's pretty simple. Okay, start a live chat, how to link with E-Trade. Yeah, what a move. I mean, this who knows where this is going. I mean, if you look left on that monthly chart, the next high in that monthly chart is about 650. Not really, Dave. No. No. Nothing that I can think of. One of the things we do have that, you know, you might be interested in is what we call biggest pullbacks on winners. Let me see if I can find that one. Biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? You can look at this. Okay, so these are stocks that have been, let's just see, I mean, they're not all going to look fantastic, but there's a winner there. It's pulling back. It's still up over 3%, okay? So you can take a look at this. And anybody else? Wow, 11:54 already. Okay, who's taking over for me? So I'll be taking a break pretty soon here, guys, and I'll be handing over the YouTube stream to somebody else at noon. Andy, okay, thank you. Is it possible to have multiple chart windows open for different tickers? Yeah, so Dutch guy, you see, I think this is what you mean. I've got my SPY chart here, okay, and there are only two options with our charts: right click and properties, and either symbol linking or not symbol linking. So in this case, I'm not symbol linked, so I could have a lot of different charts open, with different symbols on it. Is that what you mean? So it's a matter of unchecking the symbol linking. So right click on the chart, properties, and uncheck symbol linking. Does that answer your question? And then these charts, of course, the symbol linking is checked because obviously I want to see all the different time frames at once. All right, guys, so I'm going to take a break right now. I'm putting myself on mute in both, okay? So, all right, so I'm putting myself on mute, and in the YouTube feed, Andy will take over in a couple of minutes, and I'll be back in this room here at 12:30.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Andy. We made the transition over to our support webinar. If somebody can let me know that you hear me okay. Okay, you guys. Hey, David, how are you, buddy? Yeah, it's my first time. I'm in a suburban kind of internet now. I've been living out in East Texas in the sticks where my bandwidth wasn't enough to do streaming. But anyway, hey guys, how are you? Good. Looks like everything is working properly. That's good to know. First time for me to do this, but so here we are. You guys are looking at my desktop, and I got my eyes on the chat. So whenever you guys have a question, just start popping them in there. I'll be talking a little bit about the market, which is kind of dead today, which is not unusual for Friday. But so the questions panel is okay. Got a question in here from the Dutch guy. Question about Brokerage Plus. Is it possible to buy pre-market with Brokerage Plus? Yes, it is. The only thing you can do though is limit orders. Okay, obviously you don't want to be doing market orders really, and pre-market anyway. But you can do limit orders. I have done several myself, so it does work fine as long as you're using a limit order. David, what do you mean not now in the last 2 minutes? You're scaring me there. You're welcome, Dutch guy. All right, looks like everything is working smooth. Once again, you're looking at my desktop. I'll keep my eyes on the questions panel and see what happens here. Here's the market, and what we're dealing with here is action right under two major moving averages. You can see we tried to rally this morning, ran right into this 20 period, which we also did yesterday and closed right at it. So we're trying to get through to that. If we do get through, then we got to deal with the 10 period moving average. So definitely not out of the woods, but at the same time, encouraging with these little bottoming wicks that we're seeing here if you're bullish. All right. My screen resolution would not be low. It would be yours. You probably, I'm not sure if you have a bandwidth. You can adjust that on YouTube. If you go to the settings icon in the lower right, okay, you can adjust it to where you can get better quality. Let's see. David says, when I enter a price in Brokerage Plus, that price is considered a limit price, correct? Yes, correct. David, I assume you're referring to, let me pull over my Brokerage Plus right quick. I'm not really doing anything today. But if I go to positions, you're talking about this area right down here. If you put a price in right there, yes, that is going to be a limit order. Otherwise, it would read market. And a function that I like to use a lot is what's called a stop limit, where I'll put the stop price. Let's say I'm in the SPYs right now and I bought it at 23.70. I could put a stop price in at like 22.50 and then put my price here at 22.40. So in other words, it's what's called a stop limit. The stop will trigger the loss, but I do have a limit. That's always wise to do that because you can really get screwed when you're just using stops sometimes. Especially if you're trading. Hey, Mike C., how are you, buddy? Thin stocks. Yeah, that SRNE is humping today. It's been coming through this alert quite frequently. The extreme volume high-low probe, one of my favorite alerts. And I want to give you guys an idea about, people come to me all the time and say, wow, see, you got some great alerts for momentum trading, but I'm looking for swing trading. Well, I'm just going to show you one that came through. This was actually a trade of the week call as well, and I see these all the time. Take a look at live person right here. All right, this was a gap up, nice beautiful gap, momentum. Look at that volume bar, and look at the subsequent days after that. So I find some of my better trades on these momentum alerts because the very first big move with huge volume can just be the start of a freight train just taking off, man, or a rocket ship, and it's going to have some momentum behind it and carry it much higher. So may be the case for that SRNE that we're seeing today. We'll see. Once again, guys, this is the support webinar, our daily webinar for trade ideas. If you, we encourage any questions that you may have, especially all you guys that are on the test drive, any questions that you may have about the product. That's what we're here for. So fire away. We do have a few coming in. Oh, good, Mike. Looks like you caught a couple of scalps there in SRNE. Yeah, that was a good one this morning. Nice little break back above the fast line right here. That's a 5-minute chart, but let's put it on a 15. I think I was working with somebody. I usually do a 15. Lynn, there you go. What Steve and I used to preach all the time at Today Trader. We use this. We've been using this for a very long time. But look at that, just bounce right off that 10 moving average right there on a 15-minute chart. That's textbook right there. Nice 5 red bars basically, and then boom, nice reversal right off that 10-period moving average. Beautiful. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me make sure I'm scrolled down all the way. Yep, it looks like we're all caught up. Decent crowd in here. I know it's Friday, but and I know we did have a few little bugs with our Brokerage Plus, but that's being worked out, guys. We'll get that fixed for you. I'm sorry, yeah, it's just a lot of people in here, and we're setting all kind of records. A lot of people, a lot of people finding the markets right now. Unfortunately, with coronavirus, I think a lot of people are figuring out other ways to make an income, and trading can definitely be one of those ways to do it. So, but we encourage everyone, it's not something you want to rush into. Okay, do take your time, use the paper trader, spend a few months paper trading, simulated trading we call it. Nice little SSYS call there in Holly today. Kind of a mixed bag as far as red and green goes. All right. All right, guys. We're gonna need some questions coming in. Guys are really quiet today on this Friday. Take a look through here. Some of this extreme master blaster. Some of the stocks that were. Look at that first one today. That SRNA right off the bat. Low floater right there jumping up. Nice fade actually. Well, that one wasn't bad. 52-week high. Look at this nice little break here. Let me draw a horizontal line. This is the kind of stuff you look for. You know, if you are going to trade in the early hours, you know, I look for stuff like that. I mean, early minutes of the day where you have a nice gap above a very important resistance line and associated with volume. As you can see, let me pull up my little Epic pen so I can help you guys with see where my cursor is. I need to get one of those focus cursors. I think we all do. It really help. Anyway, nice volume. Not extreme volume, but decent volume coming in as this thing came out early this morning in the first 30 minutes of the day. Nice 1-minute volume, 5-minute volume. That's just nice volume all the way around right there. And like I said, you have a break above key levels. This is times when I would take something, you know, in the early 10 or 15 minutes of the day and just ride the momentum. All right, getting a few questions coming in. Good. One anyway. Why is the cost per trade so high? Are you referring to Life Double? Are you referring to commissions? I'm not sure what you mean. The cost per trade so high. Are you talking about interactive brokers? Anna says, "Hey Matt, Well, yeah, the simulator obviously is free. There's no commissions for paper trading, obviously, and uh, Brokerage Plus right now. If you do hook up to Interactive Brokers and go live, there is a fee. We are working hard to get that rectified, and talking with other brokers. Things are in the work. Unfortunately, these uh, can move at a slow not because of us, but because of these giant companies that we're dealing with. They have to go through several committees. It's a bureaucratic system basically, and it takes a while to get anything done. So no ETA on that, but there will be a time in the near future, I'm hoping, where you will be able to trade on Brokerage Plus commission free. And Anna, I'm not sure what you meant when you typed in AMAT. Maybe you made a mistake, thought you were on your software, but not seeing a whole lot going on with AMAT today. CFRX. Yeah, nice little volume spurt. Not sure what's going on. I'm always leery, guys, when I come over here and I see charts like this. When volume comes in, you got to be real careful. I mean, this is an ugly chart. It's in a downtrend here. Ooh, that's fat. Let me see here. You're running right into your 200-day moving average right here. Okay. Like I said, you're in a downtrend. You're below every moving average. So I'm always skeptical when I see volume coming in. You got to be careful. Never trade a stock just because volume is coming in. Uh, I would rather find something that is breaking out of a range like the ones I was showing you earlier, like this VRML. Give me something like that, over that one we just looked at any day. Hertz. This is turning out to be a take a look at stocks webinar, which is fine. One thing about trade ideas, we just don't get anybody off the street to help out and support. Every one of us have close to or over 20 plus years of trading experience. So we're not somebody who just came in, traded for a couple of years, couldn't hack it, and got out and started doing. No, it's not the way it works. We have between all of us probably over 150 years of trading experience. Hertz is a gamble. I mean, once again, you're looking at a stock that is just below all its major average. It's what I call a death march. You got a very strong downward trend here. I would want to see it break probably something like that. You just have a nice, if it gets above this level, maybe takes out this high right there, maybe you'd be into something. On something like that, guys, instead of trying to guess when it's going to happen, a lot of times what I do is what's called set it and forget it. And this is what I'm talking about. If I'm looking at a chart like this, which is definitely, it would be a bottom fish if I just jumped in it right now. But what I might do is come in here and say, well, there's a nice looking little pivot level right here, going back to this low kind of there, and then right here. So I would just go ahead and set a high right above, set me a price alert right above that high right there, and if it triggers, it's going to pop up on my screen and notify me. Instead of sitting here and trying to guess when it's going to bounce, I'm gonna sit back and let it show me when it's bouncing. Okay, Jeff P says, could you walk through how to set up a scan to show a pullback to the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart? Yes, I can, Jeff. And I kind of have a scan like that, so we're going to take the scan I have and we're just going to work with this as a base. It's called I'll Take That, Thank You. This is very similar to Steve's jam down I started this. I'll take that. Thank you. Steve took it and added a couple of filters to it and changed it to. So you really, if you have that jam down, you probably won't need this. I'll be happy to share it to you if you like, but it's pretty much the same as jam down. All right, but let's see what we're doing in here. You know what? I'm not going to confuse you. We're going to build something from scratch. I think that's the best way to do it, because that's what you guys have been mostly doing, especially on the test drive. So we're going to launch an A window, and we're going to put start from scratch. Go slowly, please. Okay, Jeff, I'll go slowly. All right, so launch an A window, go to New, and click on the A window. And then what you want to do is when the configuration window puts up, just double click, start from scratch, and wipe everything clean. Okay? And I always tell people, I just don't just pull up in a configuration and start building alert. I always have something in my head, just like Jeff does. Okay, I want to find strong stocks, okay, that are pulling back to the 10-period moving average on a 15-minute chart. So I got a nice basis there. Okay, so let's start. First thing I'm going to do is I am going to set my filters. Okay, and I have 3 basic filters that I use almost in every one of my configurations, and that is price. I'm going to define my price. In this case, I'm just going to go $5 to $100. I always define my average daily volume. Okay, don't see it in here. If you don't see it, just come to search, type in a keyword, and you can find it. Average daily volume. I'm going to set filter, add filter. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to put 300. Now, you know what? I like trading stocks that are a little bit more liquid. So I'm going to put 500,000, 500,000 shares. And another thing I always put is change from the close. If I'm looking for stocks to go long, okay, especially in a day trading time frame, I want strong stocks. Okay, easy thing for me to do would be change from the close. But in this case, we're going to be looking for stocks that are not just up on the day. We want them, exhibiting strength. So we're going to come in here and say they at least have to be up 1% from the close. That's not very much. You could put 2 or 3% in here if you want to, but I'm just going to put it in here so we can get some good data coming through. All right, so let me hide the unused here so we can see what we got. All right, so we got change from close, 1%, price, and average daily volume. These are pretty standard filters that, like I said, I use in almost every one of my alerts. All right, so now you're saying, once again, thinking in your head, I want a stock pulling back. That's the key word. The stock's going down. Okay, it's not going up, so we can't be using any new high filter. Alerts. We're on alerts now. So we can't use a new low because obviously a new low, it's pulled back a lot more. It's not pulling back to the 10. It's probably crashing down, through lows. So there's several things we can do here. Okay, what I like to do is go ahead and just use a 5-minute low. Okay, more than likely, if it is pulling back, okay, and coming down to the 10-period moving average, it's probably hitting at least a 5-minute low. Okay, so let's go in here and let's just type in 5-minute. That's what we're going to use. We're going to add alert, and you do have to put a little check mark in it. All right, now the other key component is, you said it's pulling back to the 10-period moving average on a 15-minute chart. Okay, so let's go to search window, and let's go and type in 10. All we have is SMAs, and let's just type in 10 SMA and see what we can find. Well, look what we have here. Change from 10-period SMA 15-minute. That's exactly what you're looking for. So we're going to highlight that, and we're going to add filter. Now, what you want to do in a case like this is we're gonna bracket it. Okay, so we can the new low, the new 5-minute low, will only appear. Remember, if it has to meet every one of our filter sets. Okay, So what we want to do, we don't want it below, right, the 10 period moving average. So an easy way to do that is just put 0, a minimum of 0. That means it cannot be below its 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. Now, this is subjective right here. You can kind of get a head start. I like to do this. In other words, you could come in here and put point, 001, and you would only get it if it was in that small little parameter. But I like to kind of cheat a little bit. So I'm going to put 0.05%. Okay, so we can get, this is a positive number. Okay, so this would be above the 10 period moving average. Anything, anything in between 0 and 0.05 is going to appear in this window as long as it's hitting a 5-minute low, which it should be, and it meets all these parameters. So I'm going to fudge a little bit so we can kind of get a head start, because that way you can kind of prepare yourself if you're looking to trade it and look at some other variables in the market or whatever you may do. But this is pretty basic. Now I'm going to add one more filter here, because I like stocks that are doing decent relative volume. Okay, so in other words, I don't want something to just maybe gapped up on some lame news and no volume is coming in. It's just happened to gap up. It's above 1%. It's pulling back. It's hitting it. So I'm gonna. Volume is such a key metric when it comes to trading. Okay, because we have a saying here that I actually created an alert one time. I don't know what happened to it, but volume doesn't lie. And so we're going to add a relative volume, just to make sure the stocks are doing, adequate enough share and volume, I should say, to really benefit, I think, with this alert. So let's go in here and let's type in relative volume. There it is. Add filter. And since it's Friday, it could be kind of dead out there. We're just going to put 1.5. Now remember, relative volume is a ratio. Unlike all the other volume percentages we have, okay, where you get a percentage value, relative volume is a ratio. And an easy way to remember this, just remember that 1 is average. Okay, anytime you see 1 relative volume, it's the volume that it pretty much averages every day. But the difference between relative volume and other volume percentages is it focuses on the time of day. Okay, so whatever time of day you're in, you know what? I'm going to do an example so not to confuse you. After I get a drink of water. Okay, let's say we're almost 3 hours into the trading day. If a stock normally trades 500,000 at this time of day, okay, and it's currently today doing 1.5 relative volume, that means it would be trading 750,000 today. See how that works? If I had a relative volume of 2 in that same scenario, a stock that was normally trading trades 500,000 shares this time of day would be trading 1 million. Okay, so we're going to use a relative volume of 1.5, and I think this is going to be a pretty good alert here. So let's just go and add some columns. Okay, we're going to add, we definitely want to see change from close. We want to see how much the stock's up. We want to see relative volume. The change from this, I don't think we need to see that because we know it's going to be close or touching the 10 period SMA. So this is pretty basic. So let's just, nothing really else I need to add. So let's go ahead and launch this, and we'll call this PB 210 SMA on 15-minute time frame. Just gonna leave it like that, and let's launch it and see what we have. All right, it's always a good sign when you get some. Now, the first one you see in there is, you're noticing, is, yes, I'll get to you in just a minute, okay? I'm finishing up. I am seeing this, seeing your questions out there. I just want to finish this up. All right, first thing I'm noticing right here is we have an ETF coming through. This is an ETF, and I'm going to show you a hack where you can eliminate ETFs. because a lot of people, they don't want to trade ETFs, and I'm just kind of the same way. So we're going to go back in the configuration. We're going to go to search, and the key one is earnings per share, EPS. And we're going to add filter, and remember guys, this is just a hack, so just remember this. Okay, we're going to put a positive 0.01 in the minimum side, and then we're going to put a negative 0.01 in the max side. And basically what that is telling the algorithm is you do not want to see anything coming through here unless it reports earnings, and we all know ETFs don't report earnings, so this will eliminate any ETF. So let's launch it again, and we'll see we're not getting that SOSX. So that's what I always do when I build an alert, is I go into history and see how it looks today. And we don't have a lot today, which is not a bad thing. Okay, a lot of people think you got to have tons of alerts coming through. Actually, sometimes it's better when you don't. So let's take a look, and I'm not sure why UNG is coming through, because that is an ETF. I've got to figure out what's going on with that one. But you know what? It is somehow reporting earnings, so I don't know what's going on there. Maybe this is some sort of strange. I know it's natural gas ETF, but let's take a look at some of the other ones. 10:30. I'm on Central Time, so the first alert I got was 2 hours after the open. So interesting. And there you have it. 981. I'm not sure. Let's see why that is below the 10 period SMA. It should have happened right there. Take a look at some others. Okay, this one would have triggered right there, but obviously it didn't bounce at that time. It did come down through it. And remember guys, if you're not seeing a whole lot of these work, just remember it's a Friday. The market is just slopping around, so you just got a kind of a lot of random action on Friday. I can promise you, I can go over my 20-year career of trading, and I can promise you without even looking, Fridays are a lot less profitable than the other days. So just new traders, keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, something's not right. Let's go back into configuration here. What is not working here? New 5-minute low. No wonder I'm on a 15-minute chart. That would cause it. I could still be hitting a 5-minute low, even though the chart. So yeah, there's nothing we could do there. Let me do. There's a good one right there. PING. Just pulled back there. You just right above your 10-period moving average. And there is another good one. Now you just gotta, when these alerts go off, the price obviously can fall back below it and come back up. So I think everything's working here fine. The one I had no, that was fine. That was fine. It happened right here. It's pulling back. All the parameters are being met. Once again, this can be a very effective alert, but for some reason it's just Friday. We're not getting a lot of data coming through. But you can see all the stocks are above 1% today. Okay, relative volume, it's meeting our parameters there. Let's take out the relative volume and see what we get. Let's just put it on 1 and see what happens. And we get quite a bit more data now. Getting some from this morning. ET. There's one that happened right at it. Got a little sloppy there. Yeah, and see that they're working. They're triggering right at the 15 SMA. Perfect. Oh, beautiful one there. That one worked, but fell back through. All right, so I'm going to share this All right, I'm going to leave that relative volume at 1, but guys, maybe like on Monday or Tuesday, if you're going to play around with this and take a look at it, you may want to crank that up because on a better day, you could probably be getting a lot more data coming through, so you might want to crank that up. But let me go ahead and save and share this. Let me put it back on real time before I share it. And don't worry, guys, I'll get caught up after this on all the questions there. And I'm dropping it into the chat. Pull back to 10. All right. Aja, if you're you can set to start at any time. As a matter of fact, he says, how would it work if the start time is defaulted to 9:30? Well, I'm not sure if you're on Eastern time. Obviously, that's when the market opens. So maybe you're on Central or something, and you don't want to start it till an hour later. You can always do that, guys. Just go into configuration as far as start time goes. Type in time, and we have a filter called time of day. Now, the way this works is it's based on minutes. So if you only wanted it to start 30 minutes after the market opens, you could put in 30 here in minimum. Or if you just want an hour after the market opens, you would type in 60 in the minimum and just hit OK, and you would not get alerts until that time. On a pre-market B plus, yeah. When you're trading brokerage plus in pre-market, the only way to do it, okay, is to let me put it on something else. Let's put it on Facebook or something. All right. So what you would do in pre-market if you wanted to make a trade is all you have to do is come down here to price, right? And let's say in pre-market this thing was trading at 204.50 or something like that. So you would just come in here and you would just type in your limit buy 204.5 and just hit buy, and it will send a limit order in pre-market. That's the only way to do it. You cannot use the hot buttons. The hot buttons are all market. So you can't use the hot buttons. You would just have to do the limit order in this box. Jeff, did you ever figure out the strategy columns again? Let me show you. That's good. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. So let me show you what you can do here. Let's say in this configuration, okay, you wanted to see how many were in the short float in columns. All right. So if you're in filters, right, and you don't, or in other words, in columns, okay, I'm looking over here and I'm like, darn, I want to add short float, but I don't have that option. It's only going to give you the options that you're using in your filter set. Now, if you don't clear your filter set like I did, where I put hide unused, these things will build up and can get very long. So every now and then it's good to click on hide unused like I did. But if you don't see them, you can use our search function. It works for columns too. So let's say I wanted to see short float. I could just type in short float. There it is. Click on it. I don't want to add filter. I want to click on this show column button. I do that, it automatically puts it in there for me. All I have to do is hit OK, and now we have a short float percentage column. Does that make sense for you, Jeff? And the same thing, Life W, same thing for float. Okay, you could do the same thing. Once again, let me show you one more time. Go to configure, go to search, anything you want to use as a column, type it in. There's float. Highlight, don't add filter, we want to show column. Now we have float and short float. All right. Is there where, you know what? Handbone trade, is there a way for you to share your Master Blaster? Well, I don't have to, because if you go to channel 4, and I'm going to point this out because I rebuilt this. Actually, we changed the name. The name now is Trader's Vault. Find the key in your channel bar. If you don't have a channel bar open, okay, you can go to new. You can launch anything we have from the new tab. Okay, so go to new, find the channel bar and just click on it, and that will launch one of these bars. Okay, and if you go to Trader's Vault, and I'm telling you guys, there's some, all of our best trades are in here. I just redid this last week, rebuilt it. And Handbone, you have access to any of these alert windows or top lists that are in here. You will see Extreme Master Blaster right here. Now, if I were going to save it, I had to make these small to get them all in this window. If you want to use it, this is what you want to do. Oh, and I just heard somebody, I'm going to go back, and somebody's got their audio alerts on. I got to figure out which one that is. All right, so what I would do is expand it out, stretch it out like the size you're going to want to use it. Okay, you might want to right click. I had to make small borders to get them in here. So what you want to do is right click and then put it on uncheck small borders. It'll let you know this is a multi-strategy window. So now you have this sized perfectly. You know, this is how you would use it on your default layout. This is what you want to do. This is when you want to come in and save it. Just go save or share to cloud. Let me show you that one more time. Right click, find the cloud, click on it, and you're not sharing it with anybody, you're just saving it to your cloud. So just click save. Now if you go to my cloud, it's going to be the top one, Extreme Master Blaster. You have access to this. You can pull it up anywhere you want to just by double clicking on it, and you can pull this thing. There's another one, see, I can pull this thing up on my default layout. So guys, there's some really good ones in this, and don't worry about trying to reset. Once you leave this and come back to it, it always reverts back to its normal size. You cannot change any of our channels and expect it's not going to stick. It's always going to revert back. These are not made for you to build your layouts inside the channels. These are all set in stone, if you will. All right, so there you have it. So get in there. There's some good. I'm working on a new doc that actually finished, but we did add a Momo scanner. We got a Momo scanner here, so you guys can. It's similar to what you're going to see in Extreme Volume and Master Blaster. You're welcome, Handbone. Love that name, by the way. You're welcome, Mike C. What is considered a low float? Good question. How many shares for less than $10 would you consider low? It's not based on price. It's based on, obviously, the shares that are available in float. I consider once again, it's subjective. Some people consider 5 million to be low float. I consider that to be extremely low float. I say anything under 20 million for me. As a matter of fact, inside Master Blaster, I have an extreme volume low float. Let me look Let's take a look. If you, anytime you want to see the configurations of a M window, go to strategies. Okay, go to the one you want to see the configuration on. In this case, it's low float, and click on configure, and you can take a look at it. And in this case, hide unused. You can see my float is set for 20 million. Okay, so some people may want that at 10 million. That's the beautiful thing about this. You can take this Master Blaster window and you can configure it the way you want. I mean, I like it in its current state, but it works great for me. But if it doesn't work for you, you can make it your own. In other words, change the price, any parameter that you want. All right, got some more coming in here. Let me get back on my default state. Guys, trust me, you want to spend some time in this Trader's Vault. Some really good. For those who like swing trading, and I probably need to put this in the doc, take a look at this bottom row here. There's some good ones for swing trading. And like I showed you earlier, a momentum scan can be great for swing trading. All right. Let me get back to my default. All right. Jatinder says Invax. Invax, good. Yeah, that's a strong chart right there. You had a major gap up, and I'm not sure. Obviously, it's a biotech stock. Major gap up right there. Maybe they're coming out with a coronavirus vaccine or something. But yeah, that's a strong stop. I would have liked it, especially once it took out yesterday's high. All right, you had a big gap here, holding the gap. Let me draw some lines, kind of stuff that I'd be looking at. So you had held this gap right here. You had 3 rejection wicks, and then you had a nice little bar reversal right there. That's momentum. All right. Let's see, Michael. Hi. I wanted to know if it's possible to have a top list that has a column in it that counts the number of alerts. No, because there are no alerts, okay, in a top list. So a top list cannot, if there's no alerts, obviously you cannot count them. What a top list is more like a scan, okay? So let me launch a T window and I'll maybe make more sense to you. All right, if you look at the configuration, what's different than the alert window that we just did? You do not see a tab for an alert, okay? It's all Windows specific filters, which means you build a top list and you just basically add your parameters that you want the stocks to meet to appear in your top list. So there's no alert, there's no new high, new low, there's not an event, okay? It's nothing but a set of parameters, and when the stocks meet every one, it's all or none. It cannot just meet one. It has to meet every parameter that you set in here. It will appear in the top list. Okay? A good example would be this pullback above 50 SMA Pro. There's no alert. All it is letting me know what stocks are meeting these parameters right here. Okay? Stock has to be above $50. Position in the range has to be in the upper portion of its 52-week range. Position in 5-day range, it has to be in the lower 25%. I got a max of 25. Change from the 50-day SMA, it has to be above its 50-day SMA. And so what's happening here is any stock that comes in here are meeting every one of these parameters. You can see it's not a lot. So that's the way top lists work. There are no alerts. But to answer your question on sorting, after I drink another sip of water here, you can sort by anything you want to. So getting back to my example, all right, this 50-day, and once again, guys, this is in channel 4. These are great for finding swing trades. Getting back to my example, maybe I want to sort on composite rating. I think this is what this is sorted by right now. But let's say I wanted to sort by relative volume. Just double click relative volume. Change from the close or change from the open. You can sort by that. You can see Wayfair gap down, but look at the change from open. Okay, so you can sort by any column. Now, if you want to permanently set that sort, okay, you can right click. We have a configuration tab for sorting. You just go to sort, and you can choose any one that you want to be permanently set as your default sort. Okay, I have mine changed from close, which I just noticed I got to change from open in here. I got to fix that. Maybe I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go do this. So I'm going to show you how to do it just because I am going to sort. And I'm going to sort from composite rating. So I just changed that to sort from composite rating. Now, let me tell you something. Anytime you make a change in your default layout, like I just did, I can go in here and do save to cloud. Okay? And it's going to save it in my cloud, but it's not saving it on my default layout. Okay? This one I have in here, if I close my window without saving it, my default layout without saving it, it's not going to keep that just because I saved it in the cloud. So what you do, anytime you make a change inside your layout and you want it to save on your server, so your default, all the changes will be saved, just go save layout. And override it. Yeah, Michael, get to your point on a typical alert window. There's too much information flowing through. That's when you want to go in and fine tune it. Kind of like this extreme volume high-low pro. A lot of people just have a high-low. Stocks hitting highs, doing it maybe on some volume. But what I love about this one is if I go back in history right now and look at on. If you ever want to look at history in an M window, okay, M windows are a little bit quirky. They don't have a today or yesterday. What you want to do is go to time frame, and you can plug in the date ranges you want to look at. But an easy hack is just go to click on the now button. It'll show you everything for today, from this morning until now today. So just click on now and click OK, and it'll show you everything for today. Now you can see there may be a lot of alerts coming through, but it's all the same names. There may only be a handful, maybe 6 or 7 alerts that actually came through. They're kind of repetitious because I don't have a filter on this as far as preventing a stock from. We have what's called a properties. If you go to don't repeat, which I'm in history is not showing you, but you can use that. That may help you, Michael, if you're getting too many of them. So let me put this back on real time and what I'll show you. So let's say you have an alert and you're getting too many. It's just too much noise coming through. You can always go to properties and use don't repeat, and you can put don't repeat for every 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Be careful with this function because it does work. You may miss something, but a 1 minute will really, just by doing 1 minute, will slow it down quite a bit. But my original point was use filters to help refine it. And for example, extreme volume, if I look at configure, you're going to see here that I have filters where I'm looking for it, breaking out of a 10-day range, about to breaking out of a 20-day range. It has to be doing incredible volume. So there's things you can do by cranking up your filters to prevent you from. What it's going to do is probably going to help you get better quality alerts. You'll learn how to build these alerts and use all of our filter sets to get better quality alerts coming through. All right, let me catch up here. I got about 5 more minutes and then I'm going to have to hand it back off to Barry, but I think I'm pretty much caught up. Mike says, watch that CRNAC for a power hour. Yeah, it could be coiling back up. OVV, interesting one. You can see I have a revenue growth fishing, and that's the only one I noticed today that was in there. And once again, you have this alert in the Trader's Vault. Okay, I'm sorry, top list is what it is. And what it does is looks for stocks that have decent relative revenue growth. You can see OVV has 68% growth. Now it is in the oil and gas industry. Okay, we all know that sector has been beaten up pretty good. There were some great setups in this earlier, back when they got beaten up when we had the huge fall off in the market and oil and all that. But you can see it set up a couple of more times. It looks pretty good. It may want this gap fill right there. Could be the target. Setting up nicely, but the caveat with this stock and any of the oil stocks is you're kind of stuck on. Hold on here. Let me. Somebody leave me alone. You're at the mercy of the oil. Okay, so what you want to do anytime you're trading some of these is always keep an eye on USO. USO is having a nice little day. You can see it's kind of trying to break out of a range right here. I noticed that this morning. As a matter of fact, I had my eye on Apache earlier, but it's not really doing anything. But yeah, I found some really, really good ones in this revenue growth fishing. So keep an eye on that one too. Once again, you have it. It's in the Trader's Vault. Andy, did you make any changes before you moved strategies to the Trader's Vault? Yes, I took out about half of them that were in there in the old Channel 4 and added half in. So there's a lot of changes in there. And once again, I'm working on a doc. I just did this last week, and I'll have a doc, kind of a description doc for all those windows in the Trader's Vault. I actually finished it, and I made the mistake of saving it to a PDF, and then we added a couple more, so I got to go back and kind of copy and paste and redo the whole thing again. But you're welcome, David. All right. How do I copy a chart pattern and get alerts for stocks that are making same pattern? I went through videos and how do I copy a chart pattern and get alerts for stocks that are making same pattern? Yeah, you know what? This is Harmon. It's getting back to what I talked about. Is if you can picture, that chart in your head. This is a great example. Okay, I wanted to build something. This is a great example right here. I wanted to build something that are strong stocks, at least over the last 50 days, because they have to be above the 50-day moving average. I wanted to find stocks that are, like I said, they've had a good move, but they're pulling back over the 5-day time frame. One that I entered today, of course, I'm afraid to look because I'm not sure how it's acting. It's glue. This is textbook. This was in this right now, and you may be asking, why is it not in there anymore? Well, this is the why. I have a filter in here One of those filters is position and range. Okay, that's today's range. It has to be in the upper 25% of today's range. So there's a good chance if this thing gets maybe up here around 9, 51, 52, it's going to appear back in this window. Right now, it's fallen out of this range. So this is a great example of how you just picture this chart in your head. This is the way to do it. This is the easiest way to do it, Harmon. It's going to be, you cannot just transfer a good looking chart into an alert. You can go to something we have called stocks like this, okay, and get an idea of all the parameters it was meeting during that time frame that you put in there. But there's going to be a lot of them. And to me, when I look at a chart and I just start visualizing things in my head and I start using the position and range filters are very, very valuable. Spend a lot of time with those things. Position and 5-day range, position and year range, position and range. You can see the ones I'm using in this one. I like to tell people if you can picture a chart in your head, you can pretty much build it with our position and range filters because we have a ton of them. So spend some time in those, all right, when you're looking at a chart, and I promise you, you can get real creative. All right, Barry's going to be taking back over, guys, here in a few minutes, so I may lose you at any time. I want to say have a great weekend. I think this has been a great little set. Glad we got some really good questions to come in. Got to go over some key features on our platform. What time does Holly populate we don't know, Larry. Holly usually, sometimes she'll spit things out in the first 5 minutes. Sometimes we have days where she waits 30 minutes and spit things out. So you just kind of got to keep an eye on her. But yeah, there's not too much to add to that. Yeah, thank you guys very much. I'm going to take one more look just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I think I got everything covered. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks like we had a good class. So I'm going to notify Barry that whenever he is ready, and once again, you're welcome, Jeff. Yes, Patrick, there are some videos for Holly. Probably not gonna have time to send it, but send that question to info@trade-ideas.com and we'll get you that. I'll write it in here real quick. All right. Barry should be taking over any second if he hasn't already.
I'm sorry. Yes, I actually forgot I muted myself before. You should hear me now, guys. Sorry about that. My fault. You should hear me now in the YouTube feed. So Jude, I just put the test drive layout underneath. Okay. Sorry about that. Boy, interesting. And this is not an earnings play. Something has lit a fire under SFIX. So remember it did this before, and then it had a pretty big pullback. And once it took that out there, look at it flying. So, and the 200-day moving average, so it's leaving it behind. Wow, it's leaving it way behind. You know, when PJ first mentioned, it was about maybe 30 cents above it. I mean, now it's left it in its dust. You mean does Holly alert? Nothing to do with auto trading, but no, it doesn't. The market has to open, and Larry, you'll not see anything before at least 9:35. Okay, and it doesn't do anything in the post market. Well, the dreamer. Think about it. And you're going to do a Homer Simpson. Okay, what I want you to do, TJ, there are three videos that you can watch. Give me a second, please. This is the 20 short video lessons. The bottom three, how to link to Brokerage, Intro to Brokerage Plus, and Brokerage Plus, okay? You might just want to maybe go right to that one, okay? And they're very short videos, okay? You might have, yeah, Jocula. You may have the open on or something, like just the open positions on. If there's that filter right there, if you check, maybe you've checked open, because there are no open positions right now. So if you uncheck it, this is what happened in the past. So the dreamer, you're asking about the volume. The volume is automatic. It's right up here. You don't have to add it. Okay, just like the relative volume. The relative volume, of course, the price and all that. This is standard. That's up there all the time. Oh, wait a minute. Did I read that wrong? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You're absolutely right. No, you cannot add any. Well, the volume today is there. The volume today is there. These are set, okay? And it's a little bit like our channel bar, where you can't make changes. But that's why I was trying to explain. If you're really interested in the women's clothing sector, you just pop it out. You just pop it out, and then now you're in a top list, and now you can of course add, whatever filters you want. I'm sorry, I didn't read it closely enough, because I felt you had to know that. I did the same thing though. When we first added this, I said, hey, how come I can't add relative volume? I can't remember when we added the single stock window, but I was looking for it. Okay, cool kid. I'm going to pop this in. I hope this doesn't screw up the YouTube too much. The feed too, not the feed so much, but the posting. I'm not sure I want to do this. Can you see my screen, cool kid? See the screen? Under the day high, that would require a custom formula. Okay, so this is like, I'm a Canadian, so I mean this is typically, this is the canned response. If you can read it or take a screenshot, if I post it in YouTube, I think I think it's going to screw up the chat area. Oops. There, okay. If you can take a screenshot of that or just read it. The answer is yes. You can scan for Canadian stocks exactly the same way. But again, the caveat, we don't have Canadian charts. You won't see the actual volume or the price, which may sound really crazy, but understand that if you've set your filter requirements, so you're only going to see stocks you want to see. And typically, it's not so much that I care about a price. I'm clicking on the alert, and it's loading into my platform. That, of course, is when I'm looking at the time and sales, where I see the price. I know what the volume is, etc. Okay. So I know it sounds crazy. The external link you use, tools, external linking, you have to use this. No, there's the SPY, guys. I put a little target price right up here, so the SPY is taking out the highs, looks like. So you have to use Interactive Brokers Live, okay? Okay, TJ? So when you establish your link, and you do have to use the rule Interactive Brokers Live. Okay? Well, that's weird because I mean, you check on closed. Are you using this? Do you have this window open? Jokula? I mean, yeah, see, I'm trying to get everybody not to do that. I'm trying to get people to, really, I think it's better if you load the new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Have this window. This gives you, at a glance, it gives you all the alerts all day long. All right, with all three Hollies. Okay? I mean, I really think this is the way to go. The huge advantage also, if you decide to become a subscriber with the premium service, you can have this window now as part of your layout. So you don't have to go into the channel bar, and load the Omni channel to see them all, because that's a layout. So unless you're going to stay there all day long, I mean, to me, most people will have a kind of a pet layout that they like, and then add this. If you have the AI, add this, and that becomes part of your layout. Yeah, I mean that's why. I mean, cool kid. I haven't traded a Canadian stock in years. I mean, there's just more liquidity overall. No man, rule drop down is gray. And you established the link. You established your link. I mean, you added link. You went through this little, and then I don't want to do this. I don't want to delete my link because I know it'll mess up. I think my IB, and I'd have to close down IB and maybe load it again. It seems to happen. But when you went to add a link, you followed these rules, and you hovered over the order entry in IB, and then press Shift, and then what would happen is once you press Shift, I think what's happening, you're not doing that. Yeah, it's grayed out now, but you have to press Shift, and then establish the link, and then use the rule after. So you follow these rules, or follow these instructions, while keeping the window active, mouse over the target window, which is going to be your order entry. So just put your mouse pointer right there, and then, hit the Shift key. And then what you'll see underneath current link window, it'll say IB or something like that, and then the rule will become ungrayed, and then you'll be able to select it. If it's not happening, I can't help you. I'm going to have to send you to our full tech support. I do apologize. All right, Duran, let me see if I can help you regarding does TI have all technical indicators? No. We're not a full charting package. So, I mean, we don't have, if you hear the indicators we have on our charts. Okay? This is what we've got. If you don't see it, then we don't have it. All right, so Duran, have you ever created a custom window or a custom formula before? Okay, well, first of all, let me make sure I do have the data point. Okay, so Patrick, are you? Sorry, you get questions coming left and right, and I know I'm hopping all over the place, but the AI, okay, from the toolbar, from our toolbar, hopefully you're on the app and not the web. So from the toolbar, new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, Patrick, can you see my screen? So from the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, and then this window will pop up. Okay. Are you on the app? You're not using our web-based version, I hope. Because I don't think that's available. Okay, good. Okay, Duran, let me see if I can help you here. Stop it. All right, so this requires, by going to So today's high, T underscore high. Okay, so that's okay, it'll be a simple formula, but so you want the price to be 5% and under. Okay. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to put myself on mute. Boy, look at news. This was a sensational one. Wow, wow, look at this. Look at this, taking out yesterday's high now. GNUS. Boy, we've got some great movers today. Okay, TJ, I'm going to have to send you to. I can't. I don't know how I can help you. Trader Workstation unavailable. Not sure how I can help you. I think you're going to have to go to the home page then. Sorry. Yeah, right here, and start a live chat. Okay. I don't know why it's saying that. Okay. It's usually pretty straightforward. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit as I figure this out, okay? I think I've got it. So this is what you have to do. I think this is right. I'm quickly trying to do the math in my head. I think this is right, though. Oops. So, Duran. So, stop it. So I'm going to give you, here are the instructions in order to create a custom formula, okay? Okay? And this is the formula that you will use. Okay, I think that's the formula that you can use. Okay, so basically today's high divided by the price, 1 minus that times 100, and then you'll have a min and a max box, and then you can put whatever the minimum you want or the maximum you want. So if you want it to be a minimum 5% away, then you just put 5 in the min box, okay? Oh, real. Take over, buddy. Well, to create you have to just follow, okay? To create the custom formula, you click on that link, and then and then the instructions are oh, I see which one to copy. It's the formula that you see, 1 minus t underscore high divided by price times 100. That's the formula that you'll be putting into the source box, okay? And then you'll save. And then that'll create a filter with a min and a max, just like any other filter that you've got with a min and a max. And then you say you want it to be 5, so you could say I want it to be a minimum of 5, but maybe tomorrow you want it to be a minimum of 10, maybe tomorrow you want it to be a minimum of 2, so we don't want to limit it just to 5. Special layout items. I have no idea. Why do you guys are asking me questions that I haven't seen for 20 years? Okay, file or save to cloud. Where do you see that? In my save or share to cloud, or here, save or share to cloud. Where do you see that? I have no idea what it is. I'm not seeing it. Okay, all right, yeah, and then I save or share. Yeah, don't worry about it then. I don't know what it is. Don't touch it. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so Pato, you cannot listen both. This where you are in the trading room, okay, in the trading room here, I think it's probably bang on. But if you're listening in the YouTube feed, it's probably going to be a slight delay. So if you have both on, you're going to get an echo, number one. So what I would do, like if you're here, then there's no point in your being in the YouTube feed either. Oh, really? The screen is black. Is that right? Have you done a refresh? Have you done a refresh or a reload 5 times? How about what browser are you using? And okay, just indulge me. Do you know how to disable the hardware accelerator? Okay, so you see the 3 little green the 3 dots. You click on the 3 dots. In that's that's your in Chrome browser. So the 3 dots and settings, and scroll down. Advanced, and scroll down. Where are you? I know you're here. You see where it says use hardware accelerator? Uncheck it. Okay? Uncheck it. And then save, and then relaunch. Relaunch the browser. See if that helps. I think what happened yesterday or a couple of days ago, Windows did an upgrade, and I think it's messed up a few things, unfortunately. And does it now? Can you see the screen? If you say no, I can't help you. Okay. I don't know then. I don't know. Try Firefox, maybe. But I just can't help you then. What version of Windows are you using? Do you know? 10? Okay. No, I really can't help you. We've had some people with Windows 7. It's not supported anymore. So, yeah, I have no idea why that's happening. Sorry. Yeah, there aren't any. There's nothing. Does he have to restart the platform also? I thought he just had to restart his browser. Yeah, that's right. But there's more to trade ideas than just the AI. I don't know, Cool Kid. To be honest, I really don't know. I don't think it has a huge effect because we used to have to tell people to do that. Uh, what happened? Chrome had upgraded their browser a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago, and that basically stopped my having to tell people to disable the hardware accelerator. It wasn't for everybody that they had to do that. It was depending on your computer configuration. And so, but I never heard any complaints from those who disabled their hardware accelerator coming back to me, and there were lots and lots of them, very like many. Okay, I never had any complaints coming back to me saying, "Hey, I can't do that because it's messing up some other application." So, I mean, it's not highly scientific my answer to you, but nobody ever came back and said, disabling my hardware accelerator really messed up other things that I'm doing, so I can't do that. Well, guys, it is now 1:30. I think next week I'll be able to trade a little bit more. I was only able to well, not bad. I mean, I took the net NPT in a couple of times. I really wish it had broken down through 7. Took a short on it a couple of times. Just didn't break down through 7. Look what it got to. Got right to CCY. I mean, look, does this always happen? Of course not. But I'm such a big proponent of watching what stocks do at a whole number, and it's amazing how many times it happens. It's just psychological. There you go. Okay, so you had to restart. No, I didn't do a video. I didn't have. I didn't do a video. No, I'm sure I'll be able to do my video starting next week. Yeah, there's another one. 9. Now, granted, it tore through 8 like nothing and probably 7 like nothing, but I mean, I'm always aware of where that whole number is. It's just psychological. Well, it's got one heck of a press release. I'll say that. You know, wet weather. I mean, yeah. Look at those bottoming tails. There could be definitely more for the SRNE. You know, look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So again, what does that mean? It's nice to be talking about a little bit more about trading. So what does this mean? So there's a bottoming tail. So the sellers tried to knock it down to that level on that 15-minute candle. The buyers took it up. The sellers tried again. The buyers took it up. Now there's still, you know, we don't really exactly know who's in control right now. Right now it's a bit of a rest, but on these two bottoming tails, eventually the sellers, are going to give up, and they're going to say, okay, fine, you can have it for a while. Or conversely, if it starts to move down again, these buyers who keep moving it up are going to say, okay, it's yours. Okay, so that's why it's always fascinating to, looking at the topping tails and here's a huge topping tail. You know, the buyers had it all the way up here. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down here. So at that point, for a while anyway, the buyers gave up. They said, okay, well, that's it for a while anyway. So I'm going to stick an alert around 717 for this SRNE. It would not surprise me if it gets active again. We like to see some volume. Look at the volume bar right there. So the volume is tailed off. Imagine if it takes out 7 and the volume shoots up also. So those are sort of the things to keep an eye on. Okay, Bill, I'm going to do the same thing I did with PJ or TJ. Watch these videos. 20 lessons in 20 days. And the bottom 3, Brokerage Plus, intro to Brokerage Plus, how to link to Brokerage Plus, okay? And this is this link right here, the last 3 videos. Sorry. Ooh. Okay, just give me a second here. Control copy. Right here. Okay, 20 short lessons, and the last 3 are all about Brokerage Plus and connecting, etc. Okay. I think these are great anyway, even if you're not looking for the Brokerage Plus, because look, they're just really nice intros. I get this, get the questions all the time. In fact, now I'm going to talk. Somebody wants to know about surfing. I'm going to tell them to go to this video. Okay, it's going to save me a lot of wear and tear. So what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Multi-strategy windows. Customizing charts, single stock window, on and on and on. They're very quick videos, okay? So I'm going to get a little bit lazier if there's a top, if somebody asks, and it's one of those videos, I'm going to send you there. Exactly. How do you participate in the competition? You're talking about. Did you not get a? Yeah, those are up to date, Smarty, or Smart. I want to call you Smarty Yield, but it's Smart Yield. Those are up to date. Those were just made about within the last couple of months. And participating in the competition, did you get an email, Andy, on it? It should be fairly. I don't think you start till next Wednesday or something like that. But the email hopefully is pretty self-explanatory. Boy, PetQ's having a nice little run too. Not an earnings play, not an earnings play, but it is having a great little run. Private offering to fund the Capstar purchase launches telehealth platform. There's the news. You can see the news this morning. PetQ private offering to fund and launching telehealth platform. Okay. Obviously for pets. All right, one moment, please. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Let's see. No, no, Jay, there isn't. What setting would I use to see tickers with ER behind today? Are you talking about earnings release or Asia? I'm not sure. I know. Is that what you mean? An earnings release is that your short form for earnings release? ER or is that emergency room? I don't know what you mean exactly. Or earnings release? So are you talking about it, like in the past? Just put minus 1.25, minus 2.25, minus 3.25 for, in the pre-market days ago, as an example. Okay. If that's what you're talking about. Boy, what a romp here for Pet Q. Just you know, sometimes, guys, the simplest window can, you know, really zero in on the great stocks for the day. You know, this is, you know, I call it the basic new highs and lows because that's all it is. Basic new highs and lows. I mean, look what I've got here. I mean, okay, there's a price range that I like. Current volume is at least 3, so it's trading at least 3 times as normal. Minimum of 300,000 shares. It has to be up or down at least 3% from yesterday's close. This is a trick using the earnings per share filter. So if you don't want to see ETFs or anything like that, you just want to see stocks, use the earnings per share filter. You know, and put like 0.01 and minus 0.01 because stocks, of course, have earnings, be they positive or negative, whereas anything else, ETFs do not. So if you want to exclude, that's just a trick. And this count, basically, it's again, it's kind of zeroing in on the stocks. The count of at least 30. That means that the stock has to have made at least 30 new highs or lows before I'll see it. I think somebody asked a count question before, and I don't think I answered it. Hopefully, if you're still around, I've answered it. Yeah, I'm here for questions, yeah. So you notice here the count right here, count alerts. That means that SSRM has made 125 new highs. Okay, so I put a minimum count of 30 just so that we know. So the count alert, I mean, it's just showing again, zeroing in on momentum stocks. I mean, any stock that's made, you know, 125 new highs or, you know, even 62 new highs as it's picking up. I mean, it means that, you know, something is accelerating. Okay, one moment, please. Could be a tradesman, so just one moment, please. There's another week. You can still sign up for it. You only get, you know, next week, but if you think you can afford $8.99. So I'm going to put the link in. I mean, there's still time, so you can have all next week. Balance it today, but there's really not much left in today. But this is the test drive link. Okay, so if you click on the link, this is what will happen. You'll see, you know, so it started on the 11th. So you'll have next week. So it's not 10 days from where you start, okay? It ends on the 22nd, next Friday. I don't want to give anybody the false impression that you get 10 days if you start today, all right? You're only going to get 5 days next week. And you'll have access to the full premium service. And also, if you wanted to try us out, if you're a standard subscriber, you want to try us out, you can do so also. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Once it's over, we'll probably have, I'm sure we'll have a nice promo code though if you do want to take out a subscription. And also, again, I'll just repeat for those of you taking the test drive. Yeah, cool kid, I can give you that. If you're taking the test drive and you've got some windows that you've created, you've got a layout that you've created, save everything to the cloud. Individual windows to the cloud, layouts to the cloud, because if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email that you use for the subscription or for the test drive, all your work will be available to you. Okay? Okay, there it is. Cool, right underneath. I just put it underneath. Yeah, the AI, you're not going to see it. They're all proprietary handheld, okay? You're not going to see it's all proprietary. The shortcut actions, okay, so just right click on an alert window. Right click on an alert window, configure, go to search, and type in options. And here they are. This is the big one, in my opinion. The options volume today. Percent. The percent. That to me is, if you're at all interested in option trading, I mean, we obviously don't trade options here. It's just stocks. But this might alert you to something that might be very interesting for you to trade the option. Because again, what that does is the option volume today. So, well, just very quickly, some are self-explanatory. The put-call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, contracts. Put volume, call volume. But this one, if I put 200 as an example in here, so let's just say a stock has traded on average over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts. For you to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 4,000, 200% double, okay? So, in other words, it's alerting you to abnormal option activity. So for instance, now, that's why you also want to put a minimum option volume today. There is 131. So that's 685, 6.8 times normal, but it's only 131 contracts, as an example. Let's just see SRNE, just for fun. Yeah, I mean, there's the option volume today, 216,000, which is 4,500 times. Okay? If you don't want to see SSRM a million times, you can do one of two things. Right click, properties, and don't repeat. Okay, so here's a drop down menu. You check on it. Then you have your options. If you don't want to repeat for a minute or 5 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes, an hour, or for the day. Okay, so then you won't see it over and over again if you don't want to. Okay? No, when you say, so if you've got the alert toolkit, if you've got the alert, you just file, yeah, you go save, share, or save to cloud and save. That's it. Not entire layout. No, just save again. I find it not that intuitive. I will agree with you. Excuse me. Okay? So yeah, to save a window to the cloud, just a window to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and save. You only click entire layout if you've got, multiple windows that you want to save at once. Simulated trading is included in Now, why did you? Okay, why did you buy Brokerage Plus? Just out of curiosity. That's because you want to auto trade the AI. That's the only reason to buy Brokerage Plus. Probably not, Smarty. Smart yield, Smarty. I don't know what it involves on our part to set it up like that, but I just doubt. But you don't have to. You didn't have to purchase Brokerage Plus for that. I shouldn't. You can if you're the simulator. The simulator. Okay, the simulator is part of the standard. But if you do want to, you know, in order to see these trades, you have to have our premium service. You see the AI trades, you have to see you have to have, and then you could turn them on in the simulator. Okay, you could turn them all on in the simulator, but you don't need brokerage. You don't have to buy Brokerage Plus for that. Does that make sense? You only have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to trade your real money in auto trade. Auto trade this using your real money, and your real money has to be in an Interactive Brokers account. Oh, you did it in the past. Okay, that's fine then. If you did it in the past, that's fine. Okay, so cool kid, you watching me? What I do? Well, you have Brokerage Plus. you only you only have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. Okay, if you don't want to auto trade the AI, Brokerage Plus is you don't have to do anything. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have. Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. If if you want to if you want to use the paper trader, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. Okay, you can click on an alert. You can trade it right here. You can set up what we call one-click trading. Okay. You can use the buy button on the chart, all part of the standard service. Okay. The only time that you would need our premium service is if you wanted to auto trade your own strategies. Okay? Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask. Sorry, Aki, I don't know. Okay, cool kid, I want to demonstrate. So this is when you click on the link, let me just put the link in. Oh, cool. Okay, so cool kid, are you watching? Well, there's a different sign into the chat room, Jatinder. It's not the same. Okay, it's a different it's a different login to the chat room as far as I understand. Okay, so let me try. Let me try. So I click on the link. It's here. Now you have to copy the link. Copy the link. I've highlighted it, so now I'm going to Control C. I'm going to copy it, and now I'm going to go to the toolbar. Okay, Now I'm going to the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and there it is. There's the link that I copied. If that happened to be blank for some reason, which is, I can't remember the last time ever, as long as I've copied it, then I would have to paste it in, Control V it in. So you're loading from the cloud. Did you get that? Did that make sense? I can do it again. You have to file from the toolbar, remember? File, load from cloud. Not load layout. Remember, load from cloud. If you do that, I mean, as long as you've copied the link from the browser, it should show up. And then you just click load and that's it. You know, I click load and, you know, it showed up on my other window. Yeah, there is another room, but you know, it's a different sign up. So maybe you're trying to use your same email or something. I don't know, but it is a different sign up to get into the trading room. And here is the link, Bernardo. Okay, there's the link. Does Trade Idea offer pattern recognition for charts? No. It worked. So now it's on your screen. Now don't forget, now you have to save it. If you want this, now you have to save it to your cloud. All you've done is you've loaded it from the cloud. Now it's on your screen. Now you've got to save it to the cloud, so now it's in your cloud. Make sense? Do you have a green ball or a red ball in the toolbar? Because there's something then wrong with your account. You might have to reload. Do you have a green ball or a red ball? See, well, I'm trying to move it over to you. Okay, so there's a green in your toolbar, right to the very right in the Trade Ideas toolbar. There's a ball. Is it green? Ah, you're not signed up then somehow. That's why. Are you part of the test drive? Yeah, I mean, it has to be green. That's why. It's red. So you're somehow you're not signed in. You haven't logged in correctly, or you haven't logged in correctly. There's a bunch of. Okay, so yeah, this is a common question. So more than likely, yeah, log in. Now make sure you're up here. You don't log in the demo or something, and your username and your password are case sensitive. Really? Yeah, it's case sensitive, okay? The other reason might be that you haven't filled out your exchange agreements. Well, I wonder why let me make sure. Make sure that link is working. So you must allow pop-up from trade ideas in your browser. So when you enter a room, do you not get something that requests an email, a name, or something like that? Oh, I see. Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, cool kid. You cannot. You can only have trade ideas open like one at a time. Okay. You cannot have it open in multiple, like in the web, and then in the app on your tablet. You can have it loaded on all your different devices, but you can only have a version loaded one at a time. Okay, now it'll work. I didn't think of asking asking that question. You guys definitely challenge me. No, no, it'll be Bobby Orr, not Gretzky. Well, but I think what he wanted was take a look at this, duplicate it, and find, like from the chart, I think anyway, find me other patterns that are right here, like in this particular chart, that are like that. Um, so I mean, look, are there ways to find perhaps similar, but I don't think anyway, just exactly the way he was talking. Take this chart, find me other charts that are just like this. Yeah, I mean, high of day is just momentum. It's just something like this, okay? Um, Steve, so can you see the scans tab? Okay, so if you see the scans tab, if you click on, you see I've got two called momentum up and momentum down. Okay, momentum up and momentum down. Those are a couple of momentum, high of day momentum trades, okay? I mean, this is really basic new highs and lows of the day. I could call them high of the day momentum trades too. This has one more thing that this doesn't have. The last minute has to be pretty extraordinary volume compared to the previous ones, things like that, okay? But if you click on those two, those are two pretty decent, I think, high of day or low of day momentum scans. Okay? You know how to load. You know how to load them from the links. Ah, okay. Okay, so another thing you can do to look at them later on at your leisure, as I call it, can you see the room drive icon? Looks like a half open folder. Okay, well, that's okay. It's still okay. The web-based version, that's okay. Scuba, you know what? I'm probably not going to. I think there might be something going on between the simulator and all, and I'm aware. I'm aware of it, and I think they're aware of it. You might want to send something to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, there's nothing I can do. I can look, but I've been kind of following some stuff. So again, if you click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download, that'll go to a Word document, all right? So when it goes to a Word document, then you can take a look at everything at your leisure. I'm going to show you how you can load, say, that one into the web-based version. Okay, Steve, so are you watching? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. Okay, so I'm going to click on, say, one of the scans. So this is what's going to happen. I'm just going to click on the link. Where is the momentum? There's momentum up. So I'm going to click on the link. Notice how now it goes into a browser. Okay, a new tab in my browser window. I'm going to copy the link. I'm highlighting it and I'm copying it. Control C. I've now copied the link. Okay, now I'm going to go into the web-based version, which I don't use. Oh no, don't tell me we got this issue again. Okay, good. Okay, so here I am. Here's the web-based version, right? So now, tools, click on the tools, load from cloud. Now this box will be blank. Okay, the box is blank. Now I'll paste it. I'll make sure I'm in the box. Click on the box so the system knows I'm there, and then I paste the link in. See how I Control V'd? I pasted the link in, and then I load. And there it is, momentum up shared. It's called. Okay. So was that clear? Those, yeah, all those links are in the download doc. Yes. Again, if you click on that, so scans that I share, download, it'll go to a Word document. So then all you have to do then within the Word document is just copy the link. Copy the link, and then you don't have to even click on it. You just copy the link, and then within the browser, the web-based version of Trade Ideas, tool, load from cloud, and then paste the link in here. Okay? All right, let me try to answer Bernardo's question. All right, do me a favor and try this link, okay? Okay, just give me a moment here, okay? I just want to see. I have another link here. Where is it? Just give me a second here, Bernardo. I'm trying to find. There's another link, and I'm scrolling through all my emails, and wouldn't you know it, I just can't seem to find it. So just a second here. I don't think this is going to make a big difference, but you never know. Try that link, okay? I can't see why it's going to make a big difference, but try that link. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes. Okay, BK. I've seen you here before. Have I not given you the layout before? Okay, that's okay. Here it is. Here's the layout. Okay, there is. Oh, you just got the trial. Okay, so there's the layout that I'm using. Okay. Yes, I'm out of Canada. Yes, I am. Yeah, you too, cool kid. Can you in Brokerage Plus tab placement? You talking about this? No, unfortunately you can't. I know it's a pain. I know it's a okay, guys. There's SRNE, guys. SRNE is the volume. Now the volume is it's not bad, but there's SRNE, guys. I'd love to see a bigger volume though, like a big volume burst. Get a big volume burst here. Um, yeah, no, you can't. I've asked that too. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to just move them around, but the answer is no. Yeah, I know it would be. I mean, you could obviously what you could do is just close them all out and then open them in the position. Open them one at a time in the position. Yeah. I mean, it's just not. Guys, SRNE to keep an eye on this one. Yeah, you probably have to close them all, and then when you go back to new, open them in the position where you want. So it did work then. Okay, I'll have to change the link then. Thank you, Bernardo. Bernardo, sorry. Major differences between the web version. Okay, there are a couple of major differences. You don't have access to our simulator, our paper trading simulator called Brokerage Plus. That's probably one of the biggest differences. So if you want to practice trading, which I just a second, my music stopped. There we go. So if you want to practice trading, you can't do it with the web-based version. This is in Brokerage Plus. So our simulator is here. Um, if you want to move if you have more than one monitor, I find that would be a big difference too. If you have more than one monitor, you can't take like a window and move it to another monitor easily. Well, you can't do it at all. Backtest is not included in standard. You do have 10 free ones, to sort of wet your whistle, I guess. But other than that, no. You need our premium service for to backtest anything. If you have our premium service, if you have our premium service, there's no limit to the number of backtests you can do. Aki, I'll bet that if you bought Brokerage Plus and you're on standard, which doesn't make sense because but they would probably give you unlimited back tests. You can tell them I told you to. Okay. Well, yes. This link right here, 20 lessons, 20 short video lessons will really get you rolling, BK, okay? Okay? Will really get you. Well, Bernardo, we're in this test drive, okay? So the next week, this week has been, for me, it's been just really asking questions, or asking, I wish, answering questions over and over, which is absolutely fine. Next week, it'll slow down a little bit next week. The test drive is over after, but, a lot, it depends on when people were in the room, of course. But after next week, it'll be more trading, okay? I mean, I'm always here to answer questions, but it's just that it's more intense. I don't know what, I'm going to see how many we've got right now, how many signed up for the test drive. It's for us, it's a staggering number of people that signed up. And the answer is, it wouldn't surprise me if we get almost to 4,000. 3,700 right now. To put that into context, in November, our last one, we do this 4 times a year, it was a record at 2,000. Okay, that was a record. The previous to that one, like the record previous to last November, was about 1,200. So in November, we set a record for us, 2,000. We're at 3,700 right now. I mean, it's just... Now, one of the reasons why we had the big pop in November is because when we were doing this test drive before, it was only 5 days. And we upped it to 10 days, the one in November. And of course, this one is 10 days also. Yeah, if they all sign up, I'll take premium annual subscriptions. Oh my God, it's not going to happen. I know that, but you got it. You can do some quick math. Exactly. Okay, let me start to catch up on some of these questions. So somebody asked, what does backtesting do? All right, I don't backtest anymore. All right, I used to a long time ago, but basically, for me, it's way too time consuming. So, what backtesting? Yeah, I will get to all the questions. It really helps also if you put a question mark after a question, because then I know then I can see it. It'll be in blue. You see what I'm saying? Okay, just so I put a question mark afterwards. So backtesting, basically, let's just say for argument's sake, you had a strategy and you thought, you know what, I'd like to test this strategy. I really like to see opening range breaks. If a stock breaks opening range, opening 15-minute range, it's traded 400,000 shares, it's up 5%, relative volume is like really excessive, 3 times normal, price range is 1 to 30. Okay? So if I set those filter parameters, with the trigger being an opening 15-minute range break, is that a good strategy? Is that a good strategy? So the backtester would say, okay, you can run that backtester over up to 90 days, and it'll find you every occurrence that happened over 90 days, and it'll tell you if you took every one of those trades, would you be up or down? It's basically that. It's kind of that simple. You'd see a graph that would show you how much. If you started off with $10,000 in the account, you would see a graph that would show with commissions, without commissions, and also with slippage. Okay, so that's basically what the backtester does. This is what the AI does. Basically, it backtests the strategy, and then runs through an optimization procedure on the strategy, and looks at potentially, okay, was there a time that where we got a lot of alerts in a certain time period, say between 9 and 11, that it was most profitable. And after that, the trades were really iffy. So maybe, optimize it for that time period. Maybe optimize it to a certain price range. Now, you don't want to optimize it so much so that, over 90 days you have 3 alerts. you know, so, to run it, and I don't do it anymore. I just don't do it anymore because I don't have the time. I just don't have the time. It's very time consuming, even to do one. So, I mean, that's what the AI does. It takes 50 of them and runs the backtester every single day. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so hand bone. To answer your question, and I will get to the other questions, okay? How do you keep charts open on more than one stock at a time? Okay, yeah, so there are only 2 options in our charts. If you right click on a chart, you're going to see properties and symbol linking checked or unchecked. So obviously I have checked, symbol linking is checked for these 5 charts, so that when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up in all 5 of these time frames. But the SPY chart, the symbol is unchecked. Okay, so that's why it doesn't move. So I think that answers your question, right? Okay. Yeah, that was very quick on this, Sorrento. I'm not convinced it's over yet, but that was quick. I think that wasn't bad volume, not bad, but imagine if we got volume like that. Okay, so who asked other questions? Yeah, there is if you, Atlanta, I don't have it, but if you ask info@trade-ideas.com, I think they can give you some kind of a graph that charts the activity compared to the SPY, okay, for the AI. Well, once you have it, I mean, are you in the web-based version, BK, or using the app? Yeah, so I know it's kind of muddled. It's kind of muddled in the app, in the web-based version. You just have to move the windows around, okay, so that you can finally see everything, and then save your layout, and then it should load the same way every time. Okay. Do over? That's funny. The main difference between premium and standard. The main difference is the AI. If you want to see the AI alerts all day long, you need our premium service. That's really the main difference, okay? And I suppose if a person wanted to auto trade their own alerts, create their own strategies, you need the premium service also. But the main difference will be if you're interested in following the AI trades all day long. Yeah, Dutch. The only thing is, if you're going to use Brokerage Plus, oh, absolutely, scanning is great. If you're, so I'm answering the Dutch guy. It's a question that we get from time to time. You can use Brokerage Plus in the pre-market, but you can't go in at market. You have to go in at limit. So you have to pick the price you're going in at. Okay. You cannot just go in at. You cannot just choose market. You have to pick it. You have to go in at limit. That makes sense, Dutch guy? So you have to pick, okay? But so you can use it. And yeah, you're right. It probably is an SEC rule. So you can use B plus in the pre-market. Somebody asked something about the top list. Okay, an alert for a top list window. No, understand what the alert window is where you want the alert. This is a real-time alert happening. So way back at 11:26, the price was 560. That was a real-time alert. Right now, like right now, our rock at 217. That was a real. There's been nothing since then. That's a real-time alert. Okay. That's what an alert window is all about. It's real time. A topless window has a completely different function. A topless window wow, SSRM is just still all day. A topless window has a different function. So for instance, what if you wanted to just see the stocks that were up most today? That's all you want to see, and rank them. So you could see, so the top stock up today, and I'm not saying this is the one, 164,000 or 160%, okay? That's what it's up today, okay? But look, it's not making a new high right now, and it could start to slide so that it's only up 150%, but it's still the top stock in a percentage wise. Okay, so that's what a topless window does. It can show you in a list that gets updated every 30 seconds what the top performers are, or what stocks have moved the most in the last 5 minutes or the last 30 minutes. Or, you can pick virtually any one of these filters. You can rank what's the biggest volume today, and it can rank that. That's what a topless window does. Yes, all you have to do is just flatten. Just have to highlight it and flatten it, get out. Okay, a pullback scanner. I don't use this, so I really don't know how effective it is, but I have popped this into the room before. This is what we call pullback on winners, as an example. Okay, and you can take a look at this. You can save it. This is what it's kind of going to look like. There's a winner. Okay, it's pulling back. Now, does it mean you get into the trade right away? No, but at least it's alerting you to situations that can look kind of like this. Okay. So I can give you that. And I think I saw a big yes in trader in the YouTube feed. Does that mean yes? You want that one too? Trader X. Okay. There you go. You know what? I don't recall I've ever used it, but one of the things you can do with trade ideas, with all those filters, etc. So if you search volatility, voila. Okay, there's the volatility. So if you click on it, notice it says help. Go to the help, and it'll tell you. It can tell you way more than I can, okay? Because I've never used it, but you can click on the help, and it'll have instructions. Okay? Or not instructions, it'll just tell you, it'll give you the definition of what we use, okay? Bill, you have got it. You have got it in a nutshell. I should copy and paste that over and over and over again. Well, there's no app. I mean, this is the application. Okay. I mean, you download, and we do have a web-based version. Okay. And I don't necessarily have a favorite strategy or anything. Okay, it's I mean, I'm a momentum trader, so I guess somebody asked me that before. So I am a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But we have a web-based version. So what you're seeing here on my screen, SC Curtis, what you're seeing is the like the download, the most powerful version we've got. Okay, but we do have a web-based version, so there's no app, but there's a web-based version. Not quite as powerful as this. Okay, so Maryland. So I'm not 100% sure I understand the question. When you buy a stock for a day, do you still own the stock, or is it over for that period? So I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, if you sell it within the day, it's gone. So I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. Yeah, don't apologize. You know, we all started out fresh at one point. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is more to that question though, because I mean, obviously, if you buy a stock and then you sell it, you don't still own it. It might be maybe she just didn't phrase it correctly. Okay, yeah. So flatten gets you out of. So the question was, what do these do? Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half a position, half your position. Doubles it. So you want to double your position. If you're new to trading, forget the reverse. Okay, please just forget it. Just tell you what it means. It just takes you from if you were short, now you're reverse. Now you're going to be long, or vice versa. Okay, and limit out. Flatten will get you out at the market. Okay, which is okay if the spread isn't bad, but limit out will you'll see that if I had a trade open and limit out, it would say, okay, listen, I want to get you out at where the price is right now, but it's moving fairly quickly. How far outside of that limit are you willing to go? 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents. So Sandeep, you can go up here. One of the things you can do is so are you talking about within the Brokerage Plus? Because you can't set your account size yet. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, you can't set your account size yet in Brokerage Plus. It's something that we'd like to do. But I've gone over many times this sort of scenario where you set up a risk value. Okay. Okay. So this is what I would be doing, Sandeep. Okay. So are you talking about trading maybe one of your like a strategy? Okay. So if you create your own strategy. Just give me one moment, okay? Just give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that. So, yeah, you can do it there, but I'm wondering if this is maybe what you want to do. If you have your own strategy, okay, and see, I've you can create what we call one-click trading, and that's going to automatically share size you, and you'll put your risk, how much you want to lose per trade, okay. So just a second, please. No, why not? We don't have EMAs. No, we don't have EMAs at all. So this is what you do. You right click, new trading strategy, okay? So this is the exercise you'd go through. And so you will give it a name. And I think this is what you're talking about, order details and risk management. So order details, and I would encourage, everybody to start thinking about using, position sizing based on a stop loss. This is just a drop down filter. So you see what I've got here is I've got 100. What that means is, and this is in the simulator, I'm trying to, I don't want to lose more than $100 on the trade. If the trade goes against me, you got to realize that all trades are not going to work. So I'm going to put a risk value of $100. Risk management, because now I'm going to establish where my stop is going to be. I don't know why it changed, but that's okay. I'm using this VWAP stop. It's a custom stop. Well, custom, I mean, it's a proprietary stop that we have developed within Trade Ideas. It's based on and you can see it in my single stock window. There it is. There's the 53 cents right now. This will change all day long, but of course at the time of the trade, it's going to be an established number. And it's just it looks at today's VWAP. I think yesterday's VWAP. It looks at the high and the low, feeds numbers in, and it gives us a stop. So you can use this if you want to have another type of stop. You're welcome to. I cannot tell you what all these are. Some of them are not relevant, but I would try this one. Okay. Once you do that, say okay. So now you've created your if you wanted to trade this one, say TLSA, you would just click and it would automatically share size you. Okay? So let's see if that works in here. So see, I just took the trade. So 159 shares. Why did it take 159 shares? It might show up. There we are. So it took 159 shares because if I take 159, multiply 159 times the entry minus the stop, I'm going to get approximately $100. See, there's 100, it's 106. It's going to be close to 100. At this point now, already on the chart, I can move my stop. Maybe I want to move it there, underneath that area there. I mean, this was using the VWAP stop, but I can start using this and say, well, you know what? I think if it broke down through this area, that looks like pretty good support. If it took that out, I should get out of the trade. If the trade starts working well for me, I can always start moving it up, like a trailing stop. So that's how you limit yourself. That's how it'll automatically position yourself and limit the loss to, what a manageable number should be. Manageable, of course, is correlation to your account size. We do have a VWAP cross, but it can be a little bit slow because I think it looks at confirmations, and so we do have cross above VWAP, cross below VWAP, but it can be a little bit slow, not horribly. Depends how fast the stock is moving. Okay, so we do have these alerts, and when I say slow, it's because it's trying to look at maybe a volume confirmation. It doesn't want to just alert you over and over and over again as it goes up and down, up and down. Oh, absolutely. The VWAP stop will be, the VWAP will change. Look how it's changed because the highs and lows change, the volatility changes. Yes, it'll be completely different on every. You have to understand what the VWAP means in the first place. The volume weighted average price. Of course, every stock is going to have it. Is the VWAP itself is going to have be different for every single stock. Yeah, okay. Well, there it is. Yeah, I know you guys were waiting for this. Some of you are waiting for this. A big pop up, but I have no insights. I'm really sorry, Bernardo. You might want to send something because I just don't do it. I don't. I mean, you can back test. I mean, if in the back tester, let's see. Okay, so you can attach. I don't know how it would work. I have no idea how it would work, but you can attach to the alert window a symbol list that just has, say, the SPY in it and backtest it, as an example. I have no insights, though, other than that. Sorry. Yes, Michael, it is. I mean, that's I should have said that. So I'm risking in the simulator. I'm risking $100 per trade in the simulator. Obviously, if you're going to do it, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay, so you have to be real about it. We just don't, Evram. Okay, we just don't. You can have the EMAs on the charts. You can put all sorts of, excuse me, EMAs on the charts, as many periods as you want, but we don't have them as filters. So I know I've heard the question over and over again for years, but it's just the way it is. Yeah, I've never used it, Bernardo. Okay, I'm sorry. I've just never used it. I mean, these are all options that, yeah, just never used it. I used to use the back tester maybe 7 or 8 years ago. I can't remember. And I used to, get reasonably good at it. But it is tedious. I mean, most of our customers do not use the back tester. It's a very tedious operation. And then once I started doing this, moderating a room, believe me, the last thing I want to do when I shut down is spend another 3 or 4 hours trying to backtest something. Okay, so consolidation alert, another one I don't use, but I mean, if you again, if you type it in, consolidation, okay? Oops, consolidation. Click on help and it'll tell you exactly what it is. I'm not trying to slough it off, but the definition will do a lot better than I can, okay? As I'm getting a little more tired. If I click on help, I'm going to get, this is what's going to come up, okay? Yeah, we'll have some people, maybe even the dreamer, I don't know. I mean, we'll have some people in the trading room who actually use the backtester extensively. And the nice thing about the trading room is that, usually, and the dreamer is certainly one, but I don't know if he uses it extensively. People are willing to help each other. Okay, so run through a trade. Well, I mean, okay, there's a Zixi trade, ZYXI. The entry time or price was set 2035. The entry was at 1035. It exited at 11.20. It was a timed exit because this particular strategy it came from had a hold period. See, this is why I don't agree with auto trading exits, because you could be the zigzag, and I don't know for sure, but for instance, I don't know where it got out. The time it got out was at 11:20. So right there, okay, got out of the trade right there. Now, the trade is still working, in my opinion. I mean, maybe if you want to get rid of some, but it's not like it started really sliding. But because this is, it's automated to get out at a hold time, no matter what the trade is doing. But I would have been holding on some anyway, because then you could have taken advantage of a pop like this, okay? That's why I don't, I think the AI is best served sort of a man and machine. Let the machine, sort of lay it out for you, but then you manage the exits. Yeah, I have no idea on that. I'll ask a question, okay? Let me just see. I asked a question. I don't know. Well, I don't know Thinkorswim Smart. Okay, I just don't know Thinkorswim. I mean, so hard for me. Anybody with Thinkorswim? I mean, I think we have a pretty spectacular scanner, but I can't answer the question because I don't know Thinkorswim. What is, how does our scanner stack up to Thinkorswim scanner? So, I mean, that's what I'd like to say, but I don't want to say things like that, not having ever seen Thinkorswim scanner. So it's better for you guys who have both. Is there a limitation of the price of ticker working simultaneously in the price alerts window? If I think I'm answering your question right, you can have 500 alerts at any one time in the price alerts window. Is that what you mean? Okay, good. Well, guys, listen, I'm just about at the end of my run here. Okay, so if you don't mind, maybe I'll just pack up shop now. If you don't mind, if there are any other questions, I'll stick around. But otherwise, I think I'll just. Been a long week, and we'll have another week. I think it'll be a little more settled next week, especially a lot of you. But again, don't be afraid to ask questions, even if it's the same one. If you're not getting it, we don't expect anybody to be an expert of trade ideas after 10 days. Okay, you can make it as there's a lot to the program. What you can do though is try to simplify it. Sort of say, you know what, I just really want to concentrate on maybe a couple of things. just as an anecdote, when I first took trade ideas, just as a customer, like anybody else in this room, in the year of 2010, I was overwhelmed. What I was trying to do was, and the program is way different from what it was in 2010, but I'd be on the internet and I'd be looking at, oh, you should have this set up, or you should have this set. First of all, there was no trading room. Okay, there's nowhere to turn really. But I was getting seduced by looking at all of the various trading setups that I could find on the internet, and so I probably had 40 windows open, and I'm clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done, and getting terribly frustrated. That's when I really decided, you know what? I like to see momentum trades, and that's it. So I don't, and that solved a lot of things for me, because then I could just concentrate, on a few scans that just kind of zeroed in on stocks that, are making new highs or making new lows. Not just that I take the trades just because I make new highs or lows, but then instead of my having to worry about all sorts of different types of setups, I whittled it down to a really manageable number. And that made all the difference in my trading. Okay, so I know a lot of people, and also, for me personally, I eliminated so many technical indicators that I used to thought I used to absolutely have to have. That was the other thing that really changed for me too. And I'm not saying, wow, look at ACB. This is unbelievable. And listen, I'm not saying to not have technical indicators. A lot of them, if you can make it work for you, that's fine. But I just eliminated so many of them. So you notice, I'm really just looking at price and volume. Yeah, I've got the 200-day moving average is important, very important, but really price and volume for me. So yeah, so George, once you kind of figure out what sort of trader you are, and it's difficult. If you're just starting out, you don't know. How do you know if you want to be a pullback trader or a momentum trader or a certain type of trader? It can be overwhelming at the start, which is another reasons why I tried to create the watch list for people, just to be able to watch a few stocks during the day. Anyway, next week, guys, we'll do it all over again. All right. So, what's the purpose of the hot resume? It just tells you when it's. I like the easy questions. It just tells you when a stock has been halted and then when it resumes. A stock gets halted typically for a volatility halt. It's gone up too fast in too short a period of time, and it's a computer at work, just looking at all the stocks. And if that happens, it halts the stock. Usually, it's a 5-minute halt, sort of a bit of a rest period, a breathing spell. That's not the right. I know that's not right, but a respite, and then it resumes usually after 5 minutes. Hey, no problem. All right, guys. Well, listen. Have a great weekend. If you are a Canadian, this is a long weekend coming up. Even though I'm Canadian, I will be working on Monday, but I will be taking Memorial Day off. But if you're Canadian and you're not going to trade on Monday, then happy Victoria Day weekend. And we'll see everybody else. I'll open the room at 9 o'clock Monday morning, Eastern Time, of course. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye.